Do we all? I had a dream of being a teacher like this, you know. Oh, and we do meet teachers like that. Just 2 nights ago, 2, 3, we had the Juilliard String Quartet on Dixie's campus. And they lost one of their members to cancer in January. And so the 3 remaining collaborated with Gloria Chien, and it was some of the most, I mean, I've been to a lot of concerts. It was amazing. And the in sync of all the players, and then the balance, it was like so beautiful between the piano and the 3 strings, and I was just blown away. Did Michaela win? Who else? Anyone else go? Yes, Mark. Was that amazing? Yeah. So you have to have a Mrs. Smith for us to get, you've got to have that. We have to have that. So I nothing but respect for all that. But I want you to listen to the second teacher he highlights. He calls her Mrs. Jones. So listen to this. Mrs. Jones, on the other hand, has a very different kind of studio. Auditions are fundamentally to determine if the child indeed is interested in studying piano. She accepts most students on the belief that nearly everyone possesses some talent. So this is a different kind of teacher. Mrs. Jones loves to teach Chopin and Mozart, but she doesn't hesitate to teach popular music. She might have signed for a lease to a student who maybe doesn't do the 30-second notes the way they should. We know, but she's talked about on the second page. Other students with perhaps greater level of detail do quite well with her. She's a wonderful teacher. Anyway, and this goes on, and I don't want to spend too much, but you can kind of see the picture he's painting in 2 extremes of a teacher who only accepts the best and brings her students, and they major in music and they do all that, and that is just wonderful. There's also this teacher, Mrs. Jones, who teaches a lot of variety of talented students, and her focus is more on loving music. So towards the end of the article, the author talks about how Mrs. Smith does produce these students who go on and have big careers in music. But Mrs. Jones, a lot of them don't, but they remain supporting music their whole lives. They might be on the board of a music school, or they might, invite guest artists or do all of that, and on and on. And so what my thing today is, I think about what you want in your teaching and then go after it, because there's no right or wrong at all, but I think we have to figure that out. Caroline mentioned Dr. Dean and Patrice. Lynn Dean passed away last summer, and he and I were colleagues for probably 20 years. And he was amazing, and he taught the whole gamut. Is that true? He had some of and Mark is a huge success story. Patrice studied with him. Caroline, wonderful students that have gone on to have wonderful careers. And fundamentally fabulous teachers. He's also taught the gamut of students who don't practice or who are on the football team. He's done it all. And his humor is amazing, and we miss him. We lost him with Terry Lamoureux, and as a professor at the college, I get a lot of calls and emails on what do we do. Last summer was crazy on helping people find teachers, and so at some point I couldn't help everybody, but and not with that, but even with COVID and just we also had several teachers move out of St. George just all in the last year, and we had teachers who got different jobs, and I was left with this massive amount of parents and students who were looking for guidance in the process. And I've always, because I teach pedagogy, I've tried to keep a core group of younger students just to keep my skills up, and a whole variety of levels and talent. So if I am just the Mrs. Smith, then how do I get up and teach pedagogy when most of us are going to have the whole gamut? And so right now I am in the business of rescuing students. I have several who who came from various backgrounds or places and sat and begged, and so I have when I do teach beginners for a long time, I have a couple of beginners, I have a couple of intermediate students who can't read music hardly at all. Have you ever, how many of you dealt with that? So, I mean, what do we do? What do you do when they're playing pretty substantial stuff in the intermediate levels and they can't, when I have them read in the lesson, and I'm like, wait, what did I take on? You know? So, yeah. And so, I've just made it in this past probably year that I am going to help them love music and then fill out the foundation. I had a mother, I took on a kid just a couple of months ago, and I mean, she begged. She emailed and texted and begged and came and met with me and just begged, and finally I relented, and then she got way into my space because she didn't like what I was assigning him, you know, because, well, why don't you do this and he's not doing enough? And I'm like, you know, I have literally a 30-minute slot that I should be prepping for my next class. So I'm teaching him, but it's helping in my pedagogy. So I finally, I was really nice, and we had this, she writes texts this long, and we, and she means well, but I finally had to let her know that she needed to trust me and that we needed to do some review and some foundation. And flip back about 15 years, no, probably more than that, one of the most talented students that I taught him from the time he was 11 or 12. And he had no rhythm, couldn't hardly read, and, you know, and he was playing Gershwin and all these things, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And so after a few lessons, I looked at him and I said, we have to back up. And he said, okay. I said, I mean, like, way back up, because I could tell there was talent, but just all these things, couldn't read, couldn't rhythm, nothing. And so I called his mother and I said, do you trust me? She said, yes. I said, we have to back up. And it's going to be painful, but if you trust me, it'll work. And so I began pulling out all of these wonderful collections of early intermediate, and I assigned every single one that had only quarters and eighths, not even, he couldn't do dotted rhythms, and we did, and my whole goal was to get that steady beat, and we're not moving Tilly, and then I was assigning sight reading, and he did everything I said, and we just gradually filled out the foundation. There's not really a magic wand, because every student who has problems like that is going to be different. But I just, same thing, you go to the music store, okay, or somebody, I remember around that time, somebody gave me a stack of music. Did you guys ever get that? And most of it isn't good, but I found some David Carr Glover books. They're old, I don't know if you can get them. And they just had some really appealing rhythmic things. So we spent a year or two just slaving. I made him get everything perfect, but I also made every piece had to be exciting. So no lyrical anything for him. By the time he was in 9th grade, I think the foundation was, And we were doing technique through all of this, and he was getting his stuff. And in high school, he won, and we were doing, you know, at whatever point, starting with Beethoven sonatas, I made him do Bach, we did Scarlatti, you know, everything. And then he discovered Rachmaninoff. But you realize by the time we did Rachmaninoff, I had him 3 or 4 years. And so we started doing some of the preludes, and then we discovered an etude tableau, all the etude tableaus. So, and by that time, you know, the internet's getting more and more usable, so he was listening, and then he would find, so at some point, it wasn't me just assigning, but he was finding the exciting pieces. And he learned the Rachmaninoff Second Concerto in high school, and he auditioned for the Southwest Symphony. They used to have about 6 soloists. They only do 1 a year now. Anyway, I can't go into that. For where he's been, he was really prepared. And on the night of the auditions, an Irene Peary student showed up. It's mostly Southern Utah kids, but every once in a while. And she played the Rachmaninoff Second Concerto, first movement that my student played, and he played well, but of course there was no comparison, and so of course that student won, and that he was devastated when you worked that hard. So we had to have a long talk about what this and the prep, and we talked about, yeah, you're practicing 2 hours a day, which is a lot, but I can guarantee this student is practicing 4 to 8 hours a day. And it showed, and he and I went to the performance, and it was amazing. That was an eye-opener for him. And then he started Dixie, and at some point left for his church mission, came back and learned the rest of the concerto, and his work ethic went through the roof, and auditioned with the 3rd movement of Rachmaninoff, and he was chosen and played brilliantly. And so that's a kid at 12 who could read, no rhythm. He at some point in high school joined the percussion ensemble and the drum line and had it, but we had to do quarters and eighths notes. Isn't that crazy? So, but we filled in the levels that those intermediate, and I did not let him. He was dabbling in advanced music as a 12-year-old. He was written, and I just said, we're not. And his mother trusted me, he trusted me, and we took those probably 3 years and filled out that intermediate level. So we did, I packed it full of literature, packed it full of technique. If you go to and this is just some of the things I do, it's not the same, go to the second page. It's not the same for every student, but yeah.
Before you go on, do you consider the ease with which our students can hear a professional play any given piece? Do you consider that a blessing or a handicap?
It's both. I think it's a blessing because I described what I went to your show, and all of that. To answer that, I have an assignment, kind of an extra credit assignment that I also ask students to go listen to 3 performances of, this Bach prelude. And they do, and then I will have, in part of our piano lit, they have to do listening of, they pick pieces, and then they have to listen to 3, and they have to write a paragraph of each one. I am astounded at, and I do this with younger students, I'll just say, Keate Nelson, I have her listen to the Beethoven, and I can say, okay, here's this performer, what did you like about it, and she will go down the list. It's really amazing. So in a way, it is a huge blessing. The handicap is it's always there, and so they're not dependent on probably the live.
They know how it goes.
Yeah.
That's what they do instead of reading and understanding rhythm.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, and yet, one of the things I teach in pedagogy is, in this case, I studied Paul Malloy for 5 years. His big thing was see, hear, write, play, talk. And see, hear, write, and I know this is not a beginning thing. See, hear, write, play, talk. And Martha Baker Jordan, she calls see, hear, do. And Janine Jacobson, I can't remember what anyway. But see, hear, write, play, talk. Dr. Polai's big thing was that what you see on the page, you've got to be able to hear immediately. And so, yes, they hear that, but I think we've got to give them as many experiences as possible. Just to, but I will tell, if anyone asks me, I'll say, get them listening and get them, because if they go to the Juilliard Quartet, and we had some younger students there, and they're blown away, and they know they may not be able to articulate what was so wonderful. It was otherworldly, but they know. So, does that answer your question? Yeah.
In addition to that, I think the access that we have to recordings and stuff allows people who wouldn't generally be able to play. I've got a little brother who's got some major learning disabilities. Can't read words. And we had him in piano from the time he was 6 to last year when he turned 14. And he just could not read the music, but if he could listen to it first, he could figure it out. Like, they drilled notes for his entire piano career, and he just couldn't get them. But he could listen, and he could recreate. So it allows access to people who wouldn't really have access.
Exactly. Thank you. So these are some of the things I do. I will tell you, every single student I do is slightly different because they come. I've got this group of intermediate students who have massive holes. And so you don't always even recognize what I do with one technically to another. And so there you are. I have down at the bottom sight reading tips, and I won't go into that. Piano technique. In my early years, see, I had stacked like this in St. George, and then I got here and I used the Allred elementary musicianship and intermediate musicianship. A lot of people use the Bastion scales and chords, and through the years, here are some of my favorites. So I keyed into these. The nice thing about this, and these are correlated a lot with the California Music Teachers, what do they call it?
Teachers Association of California.
Yeah. So it is, if you're not sure the sequence, oh my goodness, there it is, and you can do that. One of the things I have students in pedagogy, with our certificate, they have to do a final project, and I've got a student right now working on it, and we're picking concepts or skills, and she has to do basically lesson plans, but the progress or goals with each. What do you do first? Well, we're going to do 5-finger, and then when we're ready, tetrachord scales, and then 1-octave scales, and how do you do all of that? So I love these. This is another one that I just think is great. And a student can be in this for a very long time. So you've got all your scales, triad inversions, broken, and then arpeggios and all that. I wish they had 4-note chords, but they don't. Faber, of course, has 3, and I don't know where my 3rd. I'm always loaning out music. And so this has 5-finger in here, and then you start with scales, so on and so forth. So I just put down a lot of those. There's that piano syllabus with RCM, the Royal Conservatory. They partnered with Carnegie Hall many years ago, and they have their whole RCM. So I have that. The A program in Utah, Caroline does that, and they have a whole thing. And I'll send another thing with links. Now, what about theory? How many of you teach theory as part of your lessons? Okay, how many of you teach theory privately in the private lesson? How many of you teach theory in a group setting? Okay, so you can do it either way. My favorite, I have two, is this Keate Snell. They have all the repertoire books. They look like this. So, been a little used. This is level 2, and then you've got level 3. So it starts with prep all the way up to 10. I usually don't start using these until they're in this level 2. So when a student is whatever method, I usually, when they're in level 3 of the method, and this may be weird, is when I start level 2 of the early intermediate literature. Does that make sense? Kind of weird. I figured that out. I tried to match them and found that the intermediate pieces were a little beyond where they were, and so I just flipped it down, and you just do all that. And then, so the other thing is, years ago, I did a survey of Utah music teachers at a state conference back when I was a graduate student. That was like Dr. Foley said, you will do a survey at the conference. Okay, so we drew it up, and I got great participation. And one of the questions was, which beginning method do you use? Bar none. Now this was probably 87 or 88, so I'm telling you a little bit how old I am. Bar none, the number one method in use back then was the Allred. 80%. Now these were teachers that were members of the Utah Music Teachers. And we got, and back then there was John Thompson and all them, and we had, of course, Francis Clark and Robert Case and all of that. So I began using the Allred. I did that, and then again, as I told you, you get to finish that and you go, I don't know what to do with an intermediate student. And then at a conference, they passed these out, and I started using the Masterworks Classics when they got to Allred 4, and started doing that, and that was wonderful. And back then also, we would go to booths at these conferences, and lots of people were writing theory programs, but they were like theory sheet, and they were not in books. Do you remember? Did anybody remember this? Oh, and the best day of my life was when they got this, because these are leveled, and one of the things I love about this is that there is review from one level to the next. So you don't just learn the key signatures in this book and then repeat again. And it's done a little differently. These are fabulous. You can use these in a class. I also will take high school students who are self-motivated, and they just work on it on their own. These are awesome. We also have, and I don't have everything. Allred has, if you haven't seen these, basic music theory, and this is, you go here, I think I have all these on here. And I found out this morning that the links I have on here aren't working, so I will get you a new. I even checked every single one, but they're not. So these are wonderful. Not every student wants to do theory, and that's okay. So does that make sense? And I'm out of time, aren't I?
Well, you're in charge of the next session.
Anyway, so that's my little thing on there. I would encourage, if you can, I used to have group classes with my younger students once a month, and we would do performing, and we would do little theory things. If I know Lori Arnold does, what does she call them? Piano parties once a month, and they do, is Michaela here? Does your mom still do group things?
Yeah, we did one just last month. No, the month before, in February.
There you go. So they do that. And sorry, Randall actually taught my daughter for what? A year?
A year.
Yeah. So she loved you. So, and I get a sea of faces. So I would encourage you, if you don't understand early, intermediate, mid, or late, and, you know, when can they play Clergy Moon, or when can they do the Moonlight Sonata, you know, kind of go through all that, and just remember the story of my student, and I took 3 years of literally filling in that in, and then you could play. Another student, I'll finish with this, cute boy, started him in 9th or 10th grade. He just wanted to do John Schmidt, and we had rhythm problems. And you can't, dude, John's wonderful. I just was with him a week ago, and I say thing with the mother, do you trust me? Yes. So I told him, I said, you can play all of that you want, but we've got to fill out this foundation. So we took 2 years. And then I said, okay, you're gonna, so I always let him have a fun piece. And then he played it well. And his sound was good, and his technique was good, and his chords, and, you know, yes, Gretchen,
I love what you've
my
been
friend.
saying. Yes, I love what you've been saying, and I think of a new definition for an intermediate student. It's a student where we make sure that the foundation doesn't have holes in it, so they can build anything they want to. And it's at this time, we are checking for those holes. And you talked about students where you take a long time, and sometimes there are very few holes. But that's what's essential in the intermediate time.
Exactly. And we do them a disservice if we, and you know, I'm lucky, I've had parents who trust me. You know, even this cute mother who's like, oh, he needs us, they want all these grandiose sounding pieces, and I do find the really, you know, those kind, but she's finally simmered down, and now the son is making some progress. That doesn't leave this room, so. But I do, and you're welcome to ask any question you want periodically. I mean, during COVID, I would get emails, and I had a YouTube channel, which I hardly did, and I started posting videos of performances. But then I started getting teachers saying, how would you do this? What do you do? So then I would like, I can't write it all, so I just did a 5 or 10 minute video, and you know, and a few people watch them, but we all can learn and grow, and it's wonderful to be together. So get that intermediate level, enjoy it. It is, and there are so many wonderful pieces. Speaking of Lynn Bean, and I'll try to post that also, he has a whole list of his favorite pieces that are sheet music. And they're wonderful, and it is, and so I have a stat on my piano that I started during the pandemic of the fun pieces, because I was teaching online, and we don't need to go there, but I had to find the kids and the college kids, and there is a lot of anxiety, and we've got to help them love what they're doing. So that's my little mantra. So thank you. So now we have a little panel.
Yes, thank you. And I've got a couple more things. I'm sorry that I was running around a little bit, but we don't have tech support here today, and we have a couple people watching on YouTube. They think they enjoyed it, and all of a sudden the stream was gone. I think that's why we had the problem here. I don't know what happened, but I think we got it fixed because I have a few people on there now. So if you wave to the camera, say hi. Something else really quick. Something that is oftentimes a challenge in academia is that we have to follow a lot of rules.
Oh, yeah.
This setup here is great because we don't, and that's also great about academia because we have a lot of freedoms. But for example, last time we offered lunch, and that is something that is really hard for us to do. There's a lot of hoops to jump through, and they had a lot of problems this year with staffing and whatnot. So we don't have the official lunch option, and there's of course our downtown is pretty close to here with a lot of fantastic places. The student union, they have kind of a buffet style sort of setup. that you can, I think it's $10 or so that you can purchase.
$8.
How, $8? I think it's more for non-SU people, isn't it?
I did not think about that.
It's not terrible. However, it just happened so that, I offered to buy lunch for our presenters and for my student workers, helpers, and I may just have gone a little bit overboard. So if you want to venture down to 104 after we're done here for the lunch break, there may just be at least something to cover most of us, if not all of us. So we've got some Jimmy John's. I just got some party boxes with like third size sandwiches, and I bought some fruit, and there are some chips. So anyway, there are options. Again, those are technically only for our student workers, but even they can't handle as much as I purchased. Afterwards, we'll be kind of be splitting the sessions. We'll do one over in the keyboard lab and one over here. Feel free to go in and out. Again, it feels a little bit odd to walk in and out, but you're not disrupting anything. And with that, I think I'll turn.
Okay, does it work to sit here?
That's what I was thinking.
Did it show me on the video, or is the camera?
No, it's supposed to do it automatically.
Let's-
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, so we've got Kevin and LuAnn and Christian and myself. So we'll just sit, is that okay? So we met Kevin, Christian and myself. This is LuAnn Keate. She is one of the most fabulous young teachers, and I've heard her students for years and years. So we'll start with Christian. We're gonna take 2 minutes each and talk about what you're doing right now, your education, and any professional background. And so we'll just do these few minutes, and then I'll ask them questions, and then we're gonna open it up to you. So did everybody get a handout, the music careers? Yeah, okay. So Christian, let's start with you.
All right, a lot of the handouts are already posted on the website, has nothing to do with that. That's one of the things that I'm doing, uploading stuff to our website. And we'll upload a couple other things as the day progresses, the weekend progresses. Anyway, I teach piano here at SU. I think they technically call me Director of Keyboard Studies. I don't get paid anymore because I'm tired or whatnot.
There's a lot of work.
But that is my official title. That's my education, is classical piano performance. I've always, I think, kind of liked to venture in high school. I picked up the electric guitar and played in bands. I actually wanted to be a drummer. My parents said no. So I started college actually as a double major in guitar and piano. Kind of went to the piano side, but I've always been interested in more things. And like I said earlier, we have a lot of limitations here in the university setting, but we also have a lot of freedom. And I have a lot of toys, for example, a lot of great pianos. We have a harpsichord that's in Thorley, that's not in great shape. When I came, it was pretty much unusable. And so I was like, oh, I want to see if I can fix that back up. Not quite there yet. I think it's going to be painted this summer, but we're working on it. I started playing a lot of jazz, and right now I think I do quite a bit more jazz performances than classical, which is very enjoyable. Also intimidating, but you show up to it and you don't know what's going to happen. It took me a while to get used to that because it's just so nice to have sheet music in front of you and to do something exactly a certain way. But it's also become a lot of fun. I've gotten a little bit into some technical stuff. And again, that comes with the territory here. We didn't really have any pictures as a department. And then we hired a photographer, and the pictures were terrible. It wasn't a professional photographer, as I found out afterwards. But I felt like, it can't be that hard to take pictures. Well, it's really hard to take a certain type of picture. But I kind of ventured down that road. So I don't want to plug too much, but after the conference, I will compile a few of the pictures that I took, and I'll put them on Instagram, Facebook, whatnot. So like us on those social media sites, and you'll be updated, and you'll see pictures and whatnot. How was that turning into a plug?
Yeah, there you go. Awesome.
Very good.
Thank you. LuAnn?
First, I want to say thank you, and to be in your, I feel like I'm the little league that feeds into the major playing league, which is huge to build that foundation to move forward. And to say to Christian, since he has come here with how we, just connected to the festival, or whatever, through many years, I've lived here 40 years, he has made a difference more than anyone else. With the community, with the college, with just the character and atmosphere here. So, huge, thank you.
Wow, that was big. Foundation is important, and I mean, you guys are the ones who are sending students our way or Nancy's way. That's really important. And,
I like that position. I like that situation.
and it's great to have you. I would not want to have to do what you're doing.
And Nancy is huge. I've known her for years. I found out we studied under Robert Smith, both at BYU, and such a difference that you've made, besides in my grandson's life with your son. That's his friend. And this week, I assigned a couple pieces by Kevin Olson to my students. And I said, do you see this name? I'm going to sit by him. But I appreciate that opportunity, so I'm probably kind of like all of you. I started in piano as little with the best. I realized it was the best teacher I ever had, really, because she taught technique and had studied with Paul Polite in Little Delta, Utah, and was amazing. And I didn't realize that she was giving me a gift of what she had known. And then took from Robert Smith in high school a little and at BYU. I started out as a music major at BYU. And then I thought, now how is this going to work? How do I reach everyone? So I changed to a German major because I had studied it in high school and junior high. And then I said, how am I going to do that for short? And so I changed to elementary ed. So I have a German and music minor and elementary ed major. So that's pretty much the background, and I just love it and appreciate it. And it is my passion to live piano and help change lives. That's fine.
Well, yeah, I'm so glad we're doing this panel because I feel like a big part of my career has been really fighting against this idea of starving musician, right? I really feel like we can, as musicians, be very comfortable and have a great life. We can influence people, we can bring beauty to the world, and we can pay the bills too. There's something to be said about that. And I think what we're talking about today is really the acquisition of a lot of skills. I like to tell our students at Utah State that, the way to become successful in a music career is to drive your CPA crazy. If you have a crazy tax kind of situation where income is coming from a lot of different streams and they're going crazy, you're doing the right thing. That means that there's a lot of opportunities, but you have to develop lots of skills for that. So this idea of being very holistic, well-rounded, I'm a lot like Christian in the way that I have kind of one foot in the classical world and then another foot in more of a commercial and pop and jazz world. And I feel like, if you could make both of those things work in a career, not only is it really fun and really exciting, you can have streams of income coming in from different places. So in addition to also being director of keyboard studies at Utah State for no extra pay, and I'm teaching the college students there, I have about probably 18, 19 pre-college students that come and take for me in the afternoons. I, of course, write for various publishers, FJH, Allred. We can talk a little bit more about that whole publishing scene for any of you that are interested going down that road. I do a lot of gigging and things like that as well. And then, of course, just the college job, teaching collegiate courses and things like that. So, yeah, excited to talk a little more about that.
There you go. Awesome. So I mentioned a little, I'll just give my little 2-minute spiel. I started piano when I was 5. My mom taught me just for a few months and then sent me to her teacher who was fabulous. And then I had probably 3 teachers at the side, 4 teachers total pre-college, and they were all wonderful. And then I went to BYU and I was scared out of my mind. And so I thought I wanted to be a music major and then said, no, I'll be a music minor and a math major. Math runs in my family. Anyway, but long story short, I had a job on campus and one of my coworkers, my very first semester, he said, you play the piano? Yeah. So would you come to my voice lesson? I mean, literally, that changed my life. I mean, I think we all have a pivotal moment. So I went to his voice lesson. I'm an 18-year-old. I did do a lot of accompanying growing up. I played the Hindeman trumpet sonata in high school. You guys know what that means. Anyway, and his voice teacher said, oh, I want you. She just started connecting me with all of her voice students, and she had a lot of good ones. And so at some point, I quit my job, and then I was, because she was like, oh, you have to charge. You do? Okay, I didn't know. And so I started doing that, and then I was doing the music minor and all that, and then, long story short, I heard the BYU choirs and Ron Staley directing, and I went, I want to be a music accompanist. So I knocked, as an 18-year-old, knocked on his door and said, I want to be your accompanist. I was as shy and quiet, as you probably wouldn't know that now, but I don't even know what possessed me back then, and he had heard me play for some voice students, and so he started me playing for the university chorale, and then oratorio. I went on my church mission, came back, and they created BYU Singers, and the rest is history. I did so much collaborative work all through my bachelor's and master's, and then in my doctorate, they were like, no, you can't. You have to practice all. Well, I was practicing my own. Anyway, so got my doctorate in Kansas City. I had studied with Paul Polite, Robert Smith, and then Joanne Baker, who was just amazing. And then, long story, and then I started, at some point we moved here, and I was finishing my doctorate, and my story, which I will say in 10 seconds, when I started, I was single, and when I graduated 11 years later, I was divorced with 4 kids. And so I have had to stay closer to home in a lot of what I do, but that means that I'm totally intertwined in St. George. And so there you are. So I played concertos and with orchestras and things like that. I pick and choose, and I've just chosen to stay close to home and be near my children. They're all adults now, but there you go. So when they were young, I taught at home and had how many students I could handle. And so, like, you wear a lot of hats and you can get income coming in lots of ways. And I'll just say this, Randall and I used to, in my early years when my kids were little, we would get a friend who teaches and we would talk about music and piano and teaching. And I was always so inspired, every conversation, and she knows exactly what I'm talking about. So there's our little spiel. So now, let's start with Kevin. What do you wish you had known early in your career, either dealing with teaching or music careers? What do you know now that you wish you would have?
Yeah, no, that's great. I think this is it's a great question. I think that musicianship, and specifically piano, is much more than performance. And that's kind of what I thought of for the first maybe 16, 17. I did composition on the side. I'd enter competitions. I would just get little trophies. It was kind of like more of a hobby to me. but I always thought, I want to perform. I didn't really understand what that meant until I got a little older and I realized, you probably have a better chance of being a professional baseball player than you have as being a professional pianist. When you really think of the people that are only performing and making that income just from performing. So I think the interesting thing that a lot of kids get into piano thinking is that that's the career. Well, or I don't want to be a piano performer, so maybe I shouldn't take piano lessons, but piano is so much bigger than that. So I wish, for example, I would have had more jazz training growing up. I wish I would have taken some composition lessons. I wish I would have gone to more like summer festivals and things like that where I could have met other kids and professionals that were doing things in the real world of that. But luckily in college, that sets you up for a lot of that, and then later on in life you can do that. But I think for our young students, having them get more of those types of experiences, especially those summer music festivals, are so huge in showing them all the different ways that piano you can make a living from it.
LuAnn?
Okay, so just as a teacher on that level, it's just like life, you mature and grow as you're teaching. And you realize, or in life, you realize, oh, that's why my parents told me that. This is actually, I can see why this is applying. I didn't realize that as I was learning and growing and teaching, that teaching those foundations of like the scales, canon, Czerny, all those things are the ground that builds the teaching. I didn't realize what's happening, and that is so huge. And also, when I first started to teach piano, which was pretty young, so that I tried to teach as if they were me, and that they'll do everything I do, and that does not work, because they're all individuals and they may have a learning problem, you don't know it. You have to figure out how you fit into their language and their life and respect that situation.
Christian.
I've always been very lucky in that I've never really had to face the consequences of that. But realizing that what we do is a business, and we have to treat it as a business if we want to make a living, is something that, like I said, I don't think I've still learned, but that's something I wish I had learned a lot sooner. All the way through college, I was pretty lucky. First I was, I had insurance with my parents, then through a teaching assistantship. My first year teaching was at a small adjunct school in Nebraska, but my wife had the chance to do a PhD in chemistry in Michigan, one of the most prestigious schools. So I was commuting, I was on her insurance, I earned money, I didn't make any money. Just seeing what we do as a business is really challenging, and I'm glad that I ended up in a university setting because I don't have to face that. That is huge. I think when you start putting together what it takes, starting with taxes, with insurance, with whatnot, having students that you have to collect money from individually, that could make or break, your mortgage payments or whatnot. I'm getting my paycheck every couple of weeks. That's so comforting. Sometimes I get something extra, with gigs and whatnot. But there's just so much behind that. And what I find is really challenging, and that's something that I encountered here too. Then I was asked if I had students who could play for a scholarship dinner, and I asked, if they would be paying the students. Our department chair called me to his office the next week and said, "Do you realize what you did?" And they were complaining big time. However, what they didn't know is one of the students that I actually asked was also on the staff as a waitress. So she was on standby and was paid to be on standby at home in case something, or on call in case something comes. She would come in and she would do the work, but she's getting paid for just being on call. And she was expected to play for free something that she is studying, that I'm being paid to tell her she can make a living with. And that's a huge challenge, and especially for a lot of us, you know, we do music because we love music and we like to help. It's tough to really draw a line, and I'm not good at it, I realize that. I'm trying to set a better example with my students, maybe I'm successful. At some point I founded an LLC just to know a little bit more about the business side, so I'm trying to learn, but I'm glad that I don't have to live it on an everyday basis. So there you go, I'm a better business person.
Go ahead.
Jump in really quick because something you said, Nancy, also struck me, and I think that this is a great thing for our students to learn, is that there's an element of hustle as a young musician that you just have to do. And I think as a young musician, I was a little too scared. Even in college, I was like, oh, these professors, and I don't really want to love them and use their time. And these resources are so important for our young students and ourselves. So don't feel funny about that. I love getting emails from people asking, especially young musicians asking for advice, or what should I do, or I'm interested in film scoring, and what would you recommend? We love sharing that kind of information, and I think I would love to tell my young self just to go and ask more questions and put yourself out there, and even if it's a slightly scary scenario like playing for a choir and not knowing anybody in it or anything like that, can open up all of these other opportunities. And so much of what we do is networking. So if you're a little shy, introverted as a basic nature, just get a little brave and just ask these questions, and you'll be surprised how willing people are to offer resources.
Thank you. For me, you know, what I wish it took me a while to get in the same thing, become professional. It's scary when you graduate, and of course I was teaching all through graduate school. In my doctorate, we had a class on performers. I haven't even seen it on a curriculum list, but it was fabulous. And the teacher, so here's all these master's and doctoral students in this room. He looked at us and he goes, "You guys are so funny," because we were all performance majors. And he said, "One of you might have an international career, if that." Well, I don't even know what the statistics are. But he said, all of you are going to teach. You are all going to teach. And if you don't figure out teaching, you better, because that's going to be your life. And I had already, Dr. Polite just laid it out in front of you. You are a teacher. And I majored in performance, but took all the pedagogy, and he just threw opportunities my way constantly, and basically sent me on to Kansas City, and which changed my life. But the teaching, so I was scared. Probably one of the best articles, and I had pedagogy textbooks and everything, but I read an article about how to set up your studio policy, how to do your calendar, what to charge, and all that. And I studied that. It was probably a 4-page article in the American Music Teacher, and it just opened my eyes, because I didn't even know what to do. You just kind of charge by the month, or and it just laid it all. It gave all these different scenarios. It woke me up to setting all of this up. And of course, we teach all of this in our pedagogy classes now. And I would say, Michaela, how many do you think? 95% of the kids that go through our piano program are teaching.
Oh, yeah.
And have very successful studios. And we have actually a lot of transplants. We have teachers like Caroline and Mark, who are from the University of Utah and Utah State. We have how many Utah State graduates?
Several.
It's a lot. And they've set up, and most of them taught at the Youth Conservatory, and you taught at the prep program. So they moved down here and they already have it. And so I would, if you don't have a little business plan or whatever, set that up, because that's one of the best things you can do. And I'm just really impressed when a student just starts teaching and they have it all, and they know how many lessons each month or in the semester, and they have it, and they send out bills, and now there's lots of ways to do that, but it's amazing, and you will just further yourself if you have that part of your career figured out. Any quick questions on that? Okay, we're gonna do another little thing and then we'll open it up. What do you wish you had known earlier in your piano study? And this is for either college kids or whatever. LuAnn, let's start with you. What do you wish you had known
Well,
earlier?
I just think that again, I'm going back to the teaching that you can help even a beginning student, because it's, so you're not like, if I can go back to how you know, the business part of it, like, I don't want people to think I'm Betty on the corner teaching piano. I want them to know that are you ready for the ride? We're going forward, we're going to learn something, and it's going to make a difference in your life. It's not like, oh, that was a good job, let's go to the next piece. There's gotta be something that is in, that when they walk out the door, they're a different person or something has been built in them. And I think it's huge that, I may be going way off the scale here, but that there is, they have a respect for you because of what you're trying to do, and you have a respect for them in their lives. There are so many students, like just here in Cedar, that they're on life support, because once they get to high school or even junior high, you can be in everything, and they're usually the really good in academia or way good in sports, and you have to respect where they're at, and if you respect that, they'll stay there and they'll stay with you, and you can be a great team together. So that's hard now, and you want them to keep going. And some of them do, and it's great. And that was probably, I don't even know the question.
That's
right, yeah.
That's a great answer. Kevin?
Just the way I would say that piano is a holistic activity. I feel like, especially young kids, they tend to think that, you know, you've got your rep here, and you've got your technique here, you've got your theory over here, and I've got to get ready for this festival over here. And if we can kind of think about these as skill building that influence one another. For example, I never thought that sight reading was going to be that valuable for me. I thought I just had to do it for student achievement. That's what they called AIM back in the day. So, and I realized later that I've made a lot more income because of my sight reading skills than I probably did of being able to play a Beethoven sonata, which is a lot of fun and very fulfilling. But so theory, you know, being able to understand chords and be able to play a jazz lead sheet or something like that, or being able to do an arrangement of something. All of this, this is skill building that's going to allow you to be dangerous in a lot of different areas and allow you to have more opportunities. There are certain students at Utah State where I know I can give them a gig, they can go and play for 2 hours with the president at their thing, and they can just be very comfortable. And others, they'll be great at juries, but I'm a little hesitant to give them a big public opportunity. And you want people to just be so confident in your skills and abilities in those areas that they can just say, oh, I've got the perfect person. Oh, you need someone to teach this class, or you need someone to accompany this string trio, got it. So, it's building all of those skills with that idea that you're just going to be this multifaceted, dangerous person.
Kristen, thank you.
I forgot who of you mentioned it, maybe Nancy was you who mentioned networking. I think that is something that I totally underestimated when I was, for example, a college student. We had, and that was one of the reasons I ended up in piano, we had a really nice group of very serious piano students, and we loved practicing at night because we could use all of the choir pianos, all of the nice pianos. We actually got access to our teachers' offices. I'm not sure how official that was, but incredible, just a great community. We were really serious about it, and it was a lot of fun. What I realized in hindsight is how important it would have been and beneficial for me to just reach out a little bit more. I went to MTA conferences to play in the piano competition. it was kind of fun to browse, the different booths and that sort of stuff. That was about it. I wish I had, gone to the Music Educators Conference to just know people, to reach out, to be connected. Part of that is idealistically, because it's kind of fun knowing people and, learning from people. It's amazing. Like I reconnected with some college students or peers when I was in college, college friends through Facebook years after. And I was like, wow, I could not have expected that. Yeah, it's kind of fun to see. Also, on the business side, again, I think networking is important. It's amazing how many people I've come across again. I did not realize that at the time. So I think networking is really something that we forget a little bit. And it's amazing that, as maybe a good piano performance major, I was networking a little bit with the jazz world. They were all way too good for me. But, it was still a small thing, but it's amazing when we open up a little bit to others, what we find, what skills they have. All of a sudden somebody sits next to me who has a good German connection. And speak some German. I mean, those are things that we sometimes learn, just by inviting LuAnn. And I think we talked about it before, like after you wrote to me, and that we lived a little bit in Germany and that we spoke. I remembered, but there are just some cool things that we can learn. And I think networking is something that I totally underestimated.
Piggybacking off that, and then we'll open it up for questions. I talked a lot about Dr. Polite, but I did study with him for 5 years, and when I started my master's, he said, you will be the president of the UMTA student chapter, you will organize a piano festival. They didn't have one, and just through all of this, and so we did, and I put together a piano festival. We had 400 kids. They were auditioning all day long. We had honors recital, we had duets, and we performed it. Mac Wilbert's duet miniatures were fairly hot off the press, and we got a bunch of kids to do that. It was either that or another. We did a second year, and through those festivals, we earned money, and I don't know how legal it was. But BYU wrote us a check and said, we went to the New York MTNA, 5 of us, and we got a hotel that was in a very, block from the conference, but it was very scary. And Doug Humphreys had said, don't just walk down the street and don't look up, because if you say hi to people, that's not good. So we went to New York, we did all day long, and then did a little bit of sightseeing. That's that networking is. And any of you who've been to, we go to these, we come to these conferences, you make connections and you can't underestimate. I would say almost anything I've done is because someone said, hey, but are you up for this? Except for those 2 when I knocked on a professor's door and said I want to do this. Everything else came because someone led me there. So just keep your options open. All right, let's open it for questions. What do you have? Patrice?
I don't have a question. I just want to tie into that. The thing I wish I would have known when I first started teaching was the benefit of associations, of Utah Music Teachers Association. I am so grateful to Lindeen for forcing me, literally forcing me to go to that first meeting, and then literally holding me on my chair to not walk out of that meeting. And the rest is great history. But that association, that networking, having colleagues that do similar as you that you can learn from, and maybe they can learn from you. It's powerful.
Any other comments or questions you have for anybody? Go ahead.
Okay. So I am a teacher, obviously. I would not consider myself professional at all. I went to like a year here as a music major and fell with my husband and failed, piano. So I never went. So I don't have a lot of like that educational background. And so I'm always combating myself with how do I be a professional pianist. I'm more of like the Mrs. Smith that you were talking about, that I don't teach anybody anything. So any advice with, I don't know, upping your game, I guess. When you don't have a big background like you guys.
Well, listen to Patrice.
I was gonna say that.
Right.
I know worse than you did. I walked out of.
I wasn't saying that. You're a huge, Patrice is a huge success story.
I walked out of Reed Nibley. I had piano lessons with Reed Nibley, and I didn't go. I went to one, and then I dropped out of music. I didn't touch the piano for 2 years.
Right.
And then I got married, and I told my husband, I will play the piano, but our children will never touch the piano. Okay? And then I will never teach piano. You never say never.
Right.
And then Mark Gubler happened to be one of my kids' friends.
Here's the network.
And we became a network, and I made the mistake of saying, well, you know, I just started to teach 8 kids. So will you listen to the piece? And then, anyway, life happened. I started to take from his teacher, who dragged me to UMTA. If you want to up your game, join UMTA.
Okay.
You get one thing, you get a dump truck load. I couldn't do a dump truck. And so I learned, that's why I was gonna walk out. I'm going, whoa, I can't do this. Luckily, I learned to say, get one thing, I will take one thing home, and one thing at a time becomes a good professional. So,
In the early years when I taught, I still teach pedagogy, but I had 10 or 15 teachers that came, you were part of that group, yeah, like rambling to the top of class, but I would have emails and calls from teachers just sobbing and saying, I can't do this, I'm so overwhelmed, and I said that, you pick one thing out of each class or whatever. Today, you're getting a lot of things, but just highlight something you think, I could actually do that in my teaching. Just add one thing at a time, and then it spirals, but don't worry about it spirals, just take one and work on it until it's there. There was another question.
I have maybe a quick follow-up, because if I can put you on the spot, how many students do you have?
Like 35 and very long waiting list.
So I have a couple who are not college students. So, you know, who's the professional in this relationship?
Well, no. Mine's more of a matter of convenience. I'm the only one in, a 5-mile radius.
I'm just for the convenience too, because they have the paycheck, and I don't have to worry about it. What I'm trying to say is, professional, there are so many different areas, and I think I encounter that sometimes. I mean, Mark is 10 times the business person in our group. I mean, watching him building what he's building, it's, I'm glad I don't have to do it.
I think that's,
Likewise, a lot of you have many more students than, I think I have more college students, so hopefully with college students, I'm the expert. And I know, what's going on behind the scenes there, but I wouldn't underestimate what all of you are doing.
I would agree. I would say that, piano teachers, when you really know what your lane is and what you're really good at, it's amazing because, I same kind of thing. Beginning students are not my jam. I just don't really, I feel overwhelmed, I feel fatigued, but I get excited about those intermediate and advanced students. And I'm so grateful for amazing beginning teachers that can get students great foundations and then to send them. I love getting transfers from specific teachers because I know they're going to be so solid. So I think that's the other thing, is to not feel like you have to be everything to everyone and just say, this is my lane, this is what I'm really good at. And as soon as I feel like a student might be beyond what I can do, I'm going to have the humility just to send them on and just take the next group of kids that I can work with.
Are you from Cedar?
Yes.
So when you speak of networking, you know how you say have a long waiting list? That there is not very many piano teachers here.
Yeah.
Or do you know who to recommend you? It's just getting smaller and smaller. And actually the students are starting to get less dedicated. There's something there. But there needs to be a network of who we know we can send some to. And so it's not just Betty. It's someone that cares, someone that's gonna make a difference. That's hard, and children need it.
I
We need to figure that out.
wonder, I've had a lot of emails because my email address is on the Utah State side as a UMTA member. And a lot of people moving into the area say, I would like a connected teacher for my student, but I don't want a college student. I want someone that's got some kind of references, and you can't find that online when you look in this area. So it'd be really great to meet some people.
So we'll keep
And we'll
networking.
have a session this afternoon where we'll talk about UMTA and the Federation, which is more prominent in Cedar and a couple others. And the idea behind that was to maybe get some of that going and for us to know who all of you are, and for you to know who all of us are.
Let me finish this with one of the greatest comments I ever heard from a teacher in class. She said, she looks on that 30 minutes, and she just took a couple of pedagogy. She wasn't, she plays well. So same thing, I'm not professional. But she said, I look at that 30 minutes as that might be the only one-on-one time that child has all week. And so I am going to help them love music more, give them good experiences, and give them as much as we can so that's a precious time. And I've never forgotten that. That is that one-on-one for however long. What a great profession we have. And don't underestimate yourselves, because we all started somewhere, and to me, if you just keep improving, and one time a year or twice a year, say, I'm gonna work on this. We all improve. I'm still improving. So there you go. Awesome.
All right, apparently there's a little delay, but in a few minutes you should happen to walk by 104, which is downstairs. If there are some Jimmy Johns or other things, you're welcome to grab something and, talk with each other, keep asking those questions.
Is there a list of the performance tags on the demo harpsichord?
Yes, I have one on the table, and there's a list on the harpsichord and on the piano. And again, you can be a little bit flexible with that if there's one.
Yeah, I was hoping like Professor Miles on. And even then, you built your own brand. Sure. You got on stage, like, it's so cool what you're doing.
I'll do that. Stacy Myers. Okay. I do. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, exactly. So anyway, I apologize. So hard. So fun, yes.
That's what I can tell. Well, so anybody else that you're. Surprisingly well received.
Was it you?
Sure.
And that's
Do workshops, maybe that would be a good way to get that. I've already started brainstorming about maybe a time to get
I think so.
sticking around for lunch, or you heading out?
I remember somebody played the entertainer last fall, and I knew like. Well, so, yeah.
I read 10 biographies in a summer.
I
had surgery this year.
I've had surgery. Yeah, and then I had the deformities, which is okay. I did 5 months of physical therapy. And then after 3 months, he said, okay, 1 minute. But 2 minutes a day. I'm not, actually, it's not going to make it more than 5 months. It was just crazy. So I'm not performing anymore, but
I know.
but that's okay.
Just this much, just this much, just this much.
It's all kinds of things.
Yeah.
I tore my triangular complex here when I was trying to get a little hand on a foot special. So I had surgery on my hand here. And then this was the Bearnson, and that was actually an exercise that I probably, I think I did. And you know about that thing. So that was the Bearnson, and that's side.
My wrist has been rebuilt twice, and this is full movement.
Wow.
Kind of like, so,
Like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's side. And then I did physical therapy, it was great.
You have to do things
And so that's the only one that was camera related. And I had had lessons with Dr.
Well, you're passing,
Bearnson,
you're passing on your legacy,
great, no problems. You know,
I think you're amazing.
Didn't.
You know, my mother, she had a stroke,
And, so that was that.
and
And then,
hers was a hemorrhagic
we
stroke.
spent a year in Baltimore.
On the outside
I was
and
there
the
last
inside.
And
They-
my thumb struck, it was
She
tending
did.
against, and we were helping, we were tending him, you grandbaby.
Yeah.
Because of
They took
COVID,
the,
and because our daughter-in-law was in here last year for residency, she was an anesthesiologist, and with COVID, they couldn't even bring in someone to tend him. So we moved
that gave
and
them.
Ted was so big.
When they said that,
It was
we were.
it was
And
wonderful.
I would hold her hand
This
and try to get her back to
the park
check
and
it.
across
At
the
some
hall
point,
from
she
them.
started calling her
Was available.
and
Whoa.
started teaching.
Yeah.
And,
But my thumb started bothering me.
Yeah.
So when we came
She
back, I found
was
that I
really
had,
afraid to play church
arthritis
for a long
here.
time.
and now, like I said, when I go for course,
Did the
a pot, I cannot reach.
Right.
My hand will just.
And it's not the same,
So-
but
And that's just a.
I think she's
And
not.
this, and I find some of it's dietary, but this is, some of it's just age.
Yeah.
And you know,
And
so,
also, yeah, personal anatomy too.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
like,
You know, everybody
genetics.
Well,
something like
Right.
that.
I think you're
And we have to do things to it.
Yeah.
And that's why, the other things were maybe injuries,
perspective of something more
one
than
year
can
technique,
you saying I'll.
and then the rest is.
So it's just, yeah.
But I'm glad I performed all the years I did.
a little bit.
You did a lot.
I did lots. I played with the symphony, I did the piano so I did all of it, science for years.
I think you did more performing than I did.
I
Because I like to
Okay.
teach.
Well,
Only for this
you know,
life. Only for this life.
is my life.
Yeah.
That is my absolute passion. And I did that underneath.
Well, thank you.
Dr.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
And sure, you email me any questions you ever have.
Okay, and once I got settled after a couple of years, I said, okay. It's fine, you need to get someone who speaks your language.
I can go play on the piano by
So I did.
Well, yeah, I'm doing that one lecture, yeah.
Pardon me?
Now I'm really glad they came to this for the things.
That's great, how you're doing.
If it works, depending on my situation.
And that works. I can give you my phone number. Yeah. Or it's, yeah, you have to, and Caroline has my phone number. Wait, you live in Cedar. You're in Cedar, wonderful.
And I'm only halfway through the day.
I know.
She's teaching.
Now we get a little break.
Right now, I'm really.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yes, I do.
Proposing, I dropped this on Facebook a few weeks ago, and I got contacted by an international speaker.
Wow.
And she said, I want to.
I'd love to see.
I love
So
that.
I'm still trying to
Oh,
figure out how to present myself now.
this is wonderful. And what is your name? Rosalie.
And maybe you could just write your information here on it.
And you know, how you are you?
But if I take it, I can look to know.
So, yeah, that's what's happened, right?
She's saying that you're more into.
Because they're so hard on hands. They are.
Used to be in the UMTA.
Text me, don't call, because I usually don't answer calls.
Okay, I know I'm not the only one.
So, I just don't, because I don't know who you are. And I often don't even hear me right now, so busy with all your stuff. But I think we have this wonderful
I finished it and then I'm ready.
And we don't understand.
Oh,
So we did. And they came back.
And, yeah, and,
So it's been 5 weeks.
why are the names?
And it's just been, and
Amber,
then this little
Steve.
guy who we have been.
So Lydia's sister Martha.
And so he's been.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, you know David.
yes.
His David's a little bit.
Oh,
And they got married.
he got married. He got married. Somebody gets married. It's a miracle. Oh, so cute.
It's probably someone else's wife.
Okay, so yeah, his wife was an anesthesiologist, and there's a guy. So cute. There he is. Oh my gosh. There he is. Oh.
Say hi, Mom.
So precious. Soul it is.
Oh, so he's starting to really get it.
Oh,
Yeah, she's wonderful. She's
Oh.
They were
so do you, and do you want more?
There he is. So that's his.
Yeah.
I don't know right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I waited with grandchildren.
It's so hard.
But that's pretty more.
There they are.
There's another group.
Oh.
So
He
cute.
is a wonderful man. Oh my
Was there
goodness.
any question?
592, 56.
It just got it in right.
Isaiah.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
he is just.
There you go.
Yeah, that's.
He is a very bad deal. Yeah. Isaiah.
So that's.
I want to
So
say.
that's where I.
Yes.
Isaiah.
I'm so glad you had fun. You was mean.
taking care
Our
of
culture.
it.
I mean, that's what it's like. Yeah, I would say so.
He plays drums.
Like tons of jump. So, you know, I'm always trying to fit in like the classic. Here and there, but yet letting just fly in the back as we do out. Yeah.
About 10 months after, so they weren't on the way.
It's so fun to watch, even on the cello.
And we were so blessed.
Figuring out stuff.
You know, he wants to,
And
like,
John,
and then
who's just.
he took an
His
online,
wife, they had an
piano, he's a certified piano tutor.
Wow.
Like, he just has to know
So
the
many
kind of
things.
things.
We spent 6 or 7 weeks.
When did you get Ella's
To
Yeah, okay.
ELOUIS?
He said, how are you guys gonna do this? And they said,
Oh, I like that.
It's always.
Yeah, that's awesome.
and then I got my first week and
Oh, that works. I love that.
you know, this is my.
That is so.
So that's what we've been doing. And she had a
You, that is.
Yeah, kids that are with 90.
Because my parents have been at home.
And you tell me
In case anyone is waiting still, just
Good.
until it's here. Lunch is here. So whenever you are ready, it is.
Have you here, oh, I got you here.
But you know, that's perfect, you know.
finding out that like, maybe you talk to us, it's so different. A lot of like, how you feel about yourself.
How you say, well, that should make you feel amazing. Just that. Like I am. I can.
It's super motivating.
Yeah.
are.
Oh, we're good.
You have to know where everyone went
We went downstairs.
downstairs?
Yeah, probably here.
Oh.
Are you originally from Germany?
I am, yes.
What part of Germany?
Munich, Stuttgart, very south.
My ancestors are from Germany.
Ah, do you know which area they are from?
I can't remember, I think it's Hanover.
Okay. Opposite side. They probably wouldn't be able to understand me.
My sister and I, we were just trying to decide if English was your second language or not.
I think sometimes I'm not able to hide it. Did you guys get something to eat? You guys got something to eat?
No, I just got here.
Oh, we have some food downstairs in 104.
Oh, perfect.
Anything.
Are you Christian? I'm Sarah.
Oh, you're Sarah?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Well,
I wasn't
welcome.
sure because I don't think I've ever seen you before. so-
Yeah, I guess we haven't.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I can go grab something.
Well, hope there's something left. Yeah, I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah, me too. I came a little early to check out the rest of the work.
That's why I said.
Thank you.
So what'd you guys find? Okay.
Yeah, I'm the only person here. Okay, wait.
Anything? No soda. And all the Chick-fil-A's and stuff were closed. There is a drink machine downstairs, but only there's some bites. I know.
And I don't have that, I have 20.
That's what I've got too. I was like, because I saw that, and I was like, oh, what's in it? There's nothing that I want, and I don't even have water in my So that's great. It's okay. I was looking at the rest of the schedule today, and it's basically just all like ensemble playing. So I'm like, look, I got all the teaching stuff, I might leave. Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Right? Oh. The only one that I kind of wanted to attend is the one that Dr. Allred is doing this afternoon. That's my teacher. I can just get her PowerPoint from her. The intermediate ensemble one? Yeah. Because I have a lot of intermediate students, and so like I want to have some more intermediate stuff, like ensemble music for them. But since she's the one doing it, and I know she has PowerPoints for all of them, I can just kind of send it to me. So I'm like, I don't actually talk to her about the patient, I don't even need to be here. Unless you want to find out about MTNA and NFMC.
I'm already a member of MTNA and UMTA.
So, National Federation of Legal Clubs too. Federation. I did when I lived up north. I don't really have it in St. George. So, we have to, yeah, we have to come over here. They work with the house too, so, hello, and festival, which is similar, but I do have a federation. My mom is Yeah. She did.
Kenny, Cujo, Kayla, Nick,
It did.
What's that?
2 years and then.
starts with a P. Jacob. No,
Oh,
it's not, is it not Jacob? It says it Recital. Joseph, why did I was close, I did not start with you.
I'm going to hear you very slowly.
Oh, you're.
Good right.
Oh, my sister, I was able to actually play like.
Oh, great.
And even then she barely could do that now.
Was
So
fine.
she did a little
I
bit.
think next semester we should try like going to
My brother,
next semester for
I
so,
even taking a little
reciting,
bit from there from her.
or maybe like one summation.
Mostly because he needs.
That's gonna be too much. Too expensive, too early.
As they used to be categorized.
We're more.
Dr. B says that you should have the 2 files for the master class.
Okay, yeah, on box. I'll check him right now.
Okay.
See if I've got it.
Just
Yeah, I guess he's running something right now.
Yeah.
simultaneously. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check and see.
Okay, good stuff.
Did we know if that student's going to be here? Or that's you.
That's me.
Oh, you did the film score for all that? Oh, that's so cool. All right, yeah. So we've got a few of you. Ayla's over there. I don't know if you know her. She's one of Patrice's students. And so we're going to work with her a little bit. We'll work with you.
Okay.
We'll talk in kind of general terms about composing and.
And I've got an entire book full of questions. So.
Okay, sounds good. All right, put me to work. I love it. Okay, let's see if I can. How did he do that before? All right. Let's see if this comes up. So I want to know more about this. So it's kind of like a webisode thing, right? that you've
Yeah,
done
it's a
with
web
friends?
series. It's out of Riverton.
Oh, okay. So do you live down here or?
Yeah, I'm here
Okay.
in Cedar. Yeah.
Okay,
And
awesome.
yeah, so they're just about clean media. So that's what they're doing.
Really cool that you guys do that. And how long have you been doing stuff with them?
About almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in August.
Wow, that's so cool. Okay, let's see. I don't see anything yet.
It would probably help if we turned it on.
Oh, thank you. You. Thank you. I need the tech support here.
It takes a hot second.
Okay. Let's see if I've got this here. Coming up, you're seeing
Yep,
something.
there we
it
are.
is. Okay, that's you, I think. Okay, perfect. Cool. So what I'll probably do is I'll just kind of start talking general, and then I'll work with each of you guys on this.
Sounds good.
So if you don't mind, I would love it if you could pass this out to people.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let's do these yellow ones here. Okay, thank you.
And then usually say there. We've been stuck on calligraphy for the last 3 weeks. They want me to improvise on like last board and how we pronounce that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So you're doing it between like, knowledge pearls? Is that what it is?
It's actually, it's called Flat. It's, cloud-based.
Okay. Open source, just free.
Free for the first 3 scores, and then it's for students, $20 a year.
Okay. You like it?
It works really nice.
Really pretty, yeah. I like how it looks.
He's trying to get this. And he's like, just happy her. She's happy. So then she'll start on the same page. The worst part is she would just host the last time she did it. It's just easier.
Did I run out of yellow? No.
Oh, I'm gonna just
Years ago, yes.
Start whenever?
I think you can start whenever.
Okay.
I know what happened earlier, so the thing just then fell asleep.
Okay.
So,
Hey, you got that thing from April, right? It was April Rich emailed me. But I thought you were working on that.
it's a do-it-yourself conference.
Yeah,
And
we
I
have
didn't
a
make
little
it
bit of
pay
that.
for the conference.
No, it's great. No, it's coming.
But earlier we had a few actually too.
Good. Yeah, this is fun.
Yes, I was gonna make that.
Thank
Thank you all for coming back. Must have been somewhat interesting, at least this morning, since you stayed. A couple of you have asked me about paying for the conference. We usually have a little, cassette sort of thing in the office where I can write receipts and that sort of stuff, which we don't have, or it's moved or something. But you're welcome to pay me, and I'm happy to send you a receipt on email or a paper one Monday morning, probably. Our administrative assistant should be able to get to that very quickly. So I would be the one to talk to. Without any other further ado, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Olson.
Okay, great to see you all. I'm glad to see such a big group here. I've got a couple of handouts. I'm going to give you one about halfway through this as well. A yellow sheet of homework here. excited to work with you. Anybody else on this side? Okay. So, let me give you a little idea of kind of how I think we'll structure this next 45 minutes. And so I'd like to kind of begin by talking just in some general terms about composition. I do a lot of composing, as you know, but I also work with a lot of young composers and coach and mentor them, getting into competitions, into schools, and other things that they eventually can do on a kind of more serious basis. But I really believe that lots of kids can compose. In fact, I feel like everybody can improvise, and the ones that are really excited about improvising, they can take it to that next level and compose. In fact, I really think of it as a 3-stage process. And I was telling a couple of teachers earlier this morning about this, is that I feel like, you have the students that can improvise, which is, I think we should all be challenging ourselves to have an improvisatory component to all of our lessons here. Whoa, what's going on here?
It's absolutely working.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. All right. And so finding ways to improvise in any literature we're teaching, whether it's even a Thorley's or a Bach prelude or something like that, having students explore and experiment, they can learn so much from that. And then you're going to see a couple of examples of students who have taken that to the next level, which is now starting to come up with their own original complete compositions. And this is where having some kind of archived composer score is really important. So learning the skills of transcribing and notating composition becomes really important. And then the final stage of all of that, and this is where it gets really exciting, is when you can actually have these compositions performed and premiered. I'll tell you that when students get a taste of that, then you've got them hooked, because they're going to be so excited about the next time they can have their school band perform something of theirs, or a choir at church do something of theirs, or a friend that plays the violin doing some kind of musical number or something. It's exciting. So those are the 3 stages we'll talk about first. And then after we do some general discussion of that, then we'll talk to 2 of our guest students and 2 very different types of projects going on simultaneously. And I'll talk about kind of how maybe we coach students that we're working with that are involved in projects and excited about writing. If there's time at the very end, I also do what I call these composition explosions. These are little composition games that you can do in group lessons with students, that you can do on a one-on-one basis with students. So the idea here is that we'll have some fun trying to compose some things together, but mostly with the idea of kind of a pedagogical focus, giving you some tools and some games that you can use with some of your young students. So if I had to put together my list of top 10 things that I think all composers should be thinking about as they're putting things together, I'll just kind of go down this list. Number 1, the creativity is a habit. And so anybody in this kind of creative business needs to find time and consistency in coming up with their creative ideas on a daily basis. There's a great book called The Creative Habit, Learn It and Use It for Life. I've used it as a textbook in my college classes. It's Twyla Tharp, who is a dance choreographer in New York and does a lot of things with Metropolitan Opera and other organizations there. She says, destiny quite often is a determined parent. Mozart was hardly some naive prodigy who sat down at the keyboard and God whispering in his ears let music flow from his fingertips. It's a nice image for selling tickets to movies, but whether or not God has kissed you on the brow, you still have to work. Without learning and preparation, you won't know how to harness the power of that kiss. We all are very creative and improvisatory in our very nature. And if you don't believe you are, if you're thinking, no, not me, I'm not a creative person. Well, we have conversations with each other all the time, right? And you say something to me and I don't know what you're going to say. And then I respond and then you respond to my response. We're improvisatory creatures by nature. And if you don't think you're creative, it's because you've just forgotten. Just remember what you were like when you were 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. And we need to kind of channel that energy back. But just like Twyla Tharp says, that doesn't happen in some workshop that you do in Cedar City, and then let it go. It becomes a habit that you can build on. Number 2, create a great environment for yourself to compose. Find a working environment where the prospect of wrestling with your muse does not scare you or shut you down. It should make you want to be there. And once you find it, stick with it. To get in the creative habit, you need a working environment that's habit forming. So find a place that really inspires you. And if you do some of your best work, Beethoven used to take long walks, right, with a sketchbook, and you can get a lot of his ideas just out in nature. Or find a beautiful place in your home that you feel like that can be inspiring to you. Number 3, technology is your friend. Computer programs like Finale, Sibelius, MuseScore, Noteflight, GarageBand, Ableton, and others are powerful resources for professional engraving, editing, sharing, and playback. Use them to reach your ultimate creative goals. So I'm old enough to remember the days when I used to have to take old cassette tapes apart and use them as the straight edges for my stems and my bar lines and all of that. I worked so hard as a young kid to get my compositions to look good, and they just never did. It was just really hard to do it by hand. So I'm so jealous of young composers today and the resources that they have. And I really think that Beethoven and Mozart and Haydn and others would have loved Finale, right? When you look at Beethoven's scores and they're full of like the scratches and the arrows, and he was always struggling with his scores, and and to be able now to do, to copy and paste, to insert measures, to make things look really, really professional with very limited resources. I'll show you a few examples of that in a little bit. They would have loved that. Number 4, have a goal. And I think it's very important for young composers to set goals of project completions, deadlines. I'm really a big believer in competitions for young composers. Not necessarily because you have to get first place and it's all intense. No, it's just because it gives you a nice deadline. You have to get something done, get that double bar line, get it submitted off, move to the next project. And then, if the prizes come and all of that, fine. You also get great feedback from judges at these competitions as well. So this is a really great tool to get your music out there. So talk to your teachers, and if you are teachers, get your students involved in things like MTNA, UMTA, Federation, Guild, all of those other events. They all have composition contests for kids, and they're wonderful. UMTA, currently, their competition for young composers is due on April 30th. So it's a few weeks, and students could even get a simple piece put together for the UMTA composition contest. Just Google UMTA composition and you'll find it. Number 5, a lot of times kids think that, or anybody thinks that composing is like this academic exercise. And for me, and most composers I talk to, it comes first through improvisation. So if you could see my own office at Utah State, you'll see that I have a digital keyboard facing this direction, and my laptop and desk this direction. It's kind of a 90-degree angle. So what I'm doing is I'm sitting and improvising. I'm like, I don't really like that. Not so much. Let me try a different key. Okay, that's kind of something I've done before. Oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe I'll stick with that. I swivel my chair and immediately input it. So if you could get into kind of a situation where you're improvising and waiting for that great idea to happen, immediately archiving it, you can get fast at that. Number 6, explore notes and chords outside your keys. Now we're kind of getting into what happens when you start a composition and you just kind of feel like, I don't know where to take this, or how do I make this interesting? Improvisation can quickly get stale if you don't explore the edges of the materials that you're using. So make a conscious effort to get out of your chosen scale and experiment with accidentals and new tonal colors. So you're going along, you're kind of improvising the key of C. Well, nice. But if I decide maybe A flat, that's a new color, right? But I'm still in C, but I have these extra little colors. It's like using the entire Crayola 64 set as opposed to just 7 crayon colors, right? So play around with, and even for a while, you might not really love all the new colors that you're playing with, but you're going to start getting a habit of listening for some more chromatic colors. Number 7, explore ranges and textures. I feel like a lot of young composers have what I call ledger line phobia, right? They're just kind of in the middle third of the piano, right? We've got all of this area here. We've got all of this area here. We don't always have to have something in the bass or something in the treble. That kind of thing. So you really can explore those kind of things as well to keep your improvisations from getting stale. Number 8, think unity versus variety. I think this is a really important thing that all composers should be focusing on. If you think that on the one end you have unity, and then you've got this dial that goes over to variety, and along the way in any piece, you might be there, or you might be there. Unity, to its extreme, is boring, right? Variety, at its extreme, is weird. Okay, so music needs a nice little balance of each one, right? So, Beethoven knew this. That's interesting. Now he has a choice to make. Do I do the same thing again, or do I do something more weird? He's going to choose to do but a little bit different. So at this point, he's probably shifted the dial over here. Now, if he decided to keep going, now he's getting to the point it's like, okay, we know Beethoven what you're doing, all right? Over and over and over. But he doesn't. He goes. There's some new chords, by the way. He's using G sharp and F sharp, that is an inner key. So, yeah, now we're over here. Now, if he had decided to go, and we're like, oh man, this really got really weird, right? So in any moment in your piece, you are always on that spectrum. And your definition of weird might be different than my definition of weird. That's okay, as long as you're always thinking about, okay, is my audience starting to predict what I'm going to do at this point? Is it getting predictable? If so, I want to throw them a curveball. Okay, now are they kind of floundering around? Okay, I'm going to give them something that feels a little bit more familiar. And number 9, feedback. So what we don't want as a composer is to be in our own echo chamber, right? This is why getting feedback from teachers and others, even friends, family, can be so important, right? We run a composition seminar at Utah State. And so every Friday at noon, anybody that's interested in composition comes and they're sharing compositions with each other. Well, we had one guy this semester, he's writing an opera. And I knew there was a little bit of resistance, because we offer feedback. We don't want to just sit and say everything's amazing, right? We certainly support each other, but we say, what if, what if we do this? Well, he was getting more and more frustrated in the semester. And one class he had brought in something he was working on, and we were just giving some ideas and suggestions, and he was really mad after the class. And I told him this. I said, you know what? It's important that composers know how to filter feedback, right? You don't have to take it all. You don't have to, you can decide what to use. But he was so frustrated that he hasn't come back since. And it's sad for me to see that. I think composers really have to be interested in what other people's perceptions are. And if you still want to do it your way, that's great. That's the great thing about being a composer. You don't have to make everybody happy, but you do have to be open to feedback. Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. I think so. I completely agree. This is an important kind of study. We're really trying to figure out how to get out of our own heads and how other people are perceiving our music. So that's where I think composition lessons and things are important. Finally, number 10, give your composers everything they need. When you get into a recording studio or you're working in a rehearsal or something, time is literally money, right? So I like to tell my students that really anything in your score should be so self-explanatory that you could send it across the country and somebody over in Delaware could be performing it and you'd be pretty happy with that performance. It doesn't always work that way. A lot of times I'm I'm pleasantly surprised and in some situations not very happy with how something turned out, and it's often my fault because my score didn't give them the right kind of information. So tempo markings, dynamics, we can't complain about our performers not doing something we want if we don't tell them in a very clear way. So I want to work with two young composing students here today, and this will be kind of fun. These are local kids that were interested in composition and really approaching composition in two very different ways, as you'll see. And we're going to work with them in some general ways, and I hope that you guys are willing to offer a little bit of feedback as well. So why don't we start? Is it Shayla? Is that right? Tell us a little about your project, what you've been involved with, kind of the technology you use. Come and give us a little preview while I get your stuff loaded up. Sure, yeah.
Hi, so I'm working for a web series that's based out of Repertoire, Utah. They're all about putting out clean media, and around 2 years ago, they put out a call for composers, and I was the only one who answered adequately.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've been composing for them ever since. I started off just kind of in Logic Pro, which is an Apple software, and have steadily been branching out of just using piano, because that's what I'm familiar with, obviously, to, I, as of like a month and a half ago, started on full orchestrations, and I'm just kind of trying to make it work. So that's me.
That's great. Yeah, it's some really exciting things that you're doing. So this kind of web series and film scoring and all this. Is the first time you've ever done anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
I just got a kink in my plan here is I'm not getting any internet. So maybe, Shayla, since you're like the tech guru, why don't you help me and see if you can figure out it was all going to work, but then now I can't access it.
Let's see.
And it says SUU, but I don't know how to.
Yeah, EduRoam. EduRoam might be,
Okay.
if you're connected to the Wi-Fi at Utah State, it should connect you here.
Okay.
So,
Account name and password.
it should be your sign-in for, like, Utah State.
Okay, let's see if it'll let me do it. I know. Sorry, guys. Always best laid plans here. See if this is right. I don't know if I ever got actually signed up there. Let's see.
If you didn't, then it probably won't work.
No, it probably won't. And I didn't see SUU guest being very helpful.
Should be on there, but.
Okay. I wonder if I downloaded it before. Let's see if I was able to do that.
And if all else fails and that computer's still open, I know how to get to it.
Okay, why don't you do that while we're working on this?
Okay.
So let's talk while she's getting that loaded up about film scoring, right? So you guys are all familiar with writing music, or at least going to movies and seeing the kind of music that's going on with that. Why is film scoring a little bit different than traditional composition? Yeah.
I feel like it's because you're trying to tell someone else's story.
Yeah.
Like you gotta figure out an interpretation on it, but you've already got like a framework that you have to work with.
And often you're dealing with the director's instructions and things like that. So it might not even be the way you want to do it. You're really working for somebody else's vision, which is a cool, kind of a cool concept, but tricky. Yeah. How else?
You've got a mix of, okay, this is the really important moment where the music's kind of part of the focus and it's emphasizing the whole scene. And then you've also got there's dialogue going on.
Mm-hmm.
It really isn't a priority at all, but it's still got to be there.
Right. So when we think of film scores, we often think of Hans Zimmer and John Williams, and they shouldn't notice you, right? It shouldn't be like, oh, there's the Luke theme or whatever, right? George Lucas knows what he's getting when he hires John Williams, and that's what you get. You get very out there in front, but most directors don't want that. So one thing that Sheila has to work with as well here is this idea that, her music supports the theme, but it's not about the music, right? So it's a very different way of composing. So are you up and running now? Did I stall long enough? Okay.
You got it on here. We're just gonna have to figure out how to get this.
Okay.
And that is somewhere that
That isn't your expertise then, huh? Okay.
probably this is what I
Let's see.
Those are the buttons.
Hey, look at that. Yes, bravo.
starting
Isn't it
about.
great that we have young people that know how to do this stuff?
I'm
So great.
guessing.
Okay, it's impressive. Okay, why don't you tell us a little about the scene, and then you can show us the score that you used to support it.
All right, so this scene, we've got our character here, the redhead, Nolan, who is currently stuck in an alternate dimension. This will make absolutely no sense unless you've watched the previous 2 seasons, don't worry about it. But he is psychically connecting with his sister, who is on Earth, with her friend Sherry, who is our Sherlock Holmes character, and her boyfriend, not quite yet boyfriend, Justin. So we've kind of got to juxtapose kind of a little bit of anxiety because the characters in this dark other world are in danger, and kind of the humor of the situation. So I'm not sure if the audio is going to work, but we will see. The audio is not working.
There is the volume right by your feet, right down there.
Not good.
The right, far right one. I used that earlier. That should see if you're getting it.
Probably.
What's he doing? He's stable.
What is that?
It must be known to get another psychic connection.
Right.
Yeah, you can't really hear that.
This good weather. Just in the chats. It's not nice.
Nolan,
I did it!
are you okay? What's going on?
Yeah, about that. How soon could you have the tear up and running?
I don't know. Sherry has to spell it, but we need your body.
Right, yeah, just like as soon as my body.
Sherry says that when you bring your spear back, if it doesn't have somewhere to go, you could end up like Lilith.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Look, if you don't make it,
We'll make it.
I love you, sis.
I love you too. What did he say? We need to hurry. They're in trouble.
So while you're doing that, tell us kind of what were some of the music elements you were using to help tell the story a little bit? You were obviously a supporting scene, there's a lot of dialogue. So
Yes.
it's like we were talking about earlier, you guys, that she doesn't want to be too active, you want to have long tones, things like that, right?
Let
So,
me log in real quick and I will show you.
okay.
I know my password, I promise. Not as episode 9, not episode 10.
So this is a software program I'm not familiar with. It's interesting, you were saying there's like an annual fee, but you get the first 3 scores or something
For free, yeah.
for free at the very beginning. And it looks pretty intuitive, easy to use, right?
Yes, it's pretty easy to use. Let me see all the options. The screen is.
I know it could change the size, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. We're. Measure 63. Remember correctly, 63, 64. So about here. So you can see the instrumentation that I'm using. We've got, down here, we've got pit strings. I have not labeled things very well because this was purely for my own use up until a little while ago. And I just transported it into Logic Pro and did the fiddling with it from there. But we've kind of got the woodwinds and we've got the different character themes for these characters throughout. So this theme, I'll turn that back up. That is the character theme for the redhead that we saw at the beginning. They're both redheads, that doesn't know. The boy that we saw in the beginning, his name is Nolan. His theme, do, 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 do. This is kind of a play on that with different intervals. Those 3 notes indicate our Sherlock Holmes character, her theme, do, 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 do. And I've kind of just sprinkled them throughout here. So I wonder if this is probably going to be a lot more audible. A transitional section just to kind of give the dialogue some space. Our Sherlock Holmes themed character. His sister. And then we play with her theme as they're connecting. His theme again, and then they connect. And we add a little bit more intensity over that. There's a little figure here, so I added some more pitch strings. And we've got both of their themes playing simultaneously here. And I wasn't sure what keynote's in here, so the notation is not very solid. Just something to close the scene out here is some woodwind choir stuff.
Yeah, this is great. So, tell me, are you working from a notation standpoint here, or are you like playing this in while you're seeing the scene? Are you kind of hoping that things sync up, or does it not really matter?
So originally how I start the score is I will listen to the video with a click track, and I will match rhythms and sometimes downbeats to where they need to be. So I'll change the time signature occasionally. There wasn't really any of that going on here, but it's been egregious in other places. I'll change the tempo and I'll kind of shape it around what the scene is, and then I essentially free write from beginning to end because that's the best way I know how, and I'm still learning.
Yeah, you're doing great. I mean, this is really impressive. So is your ultimate goal, I assume that you're working off your the flat playback for the tracks, right?
Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Initially, yes.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, this is just something you can think about big picture, is the role of notation for me is it should be a means to an end, right? It should be instructions to performers to play. And I feel like unless you're gonna have live performers do this eventually someday or whatever, you might not have to be so worried about the score. The thing that would worry me about actually having a score like this is that I would be really tied to a bar line. You know what I'm saying? Like everything feeling very metric. So, you know, I teach a film scoring class at Utah State that's kind of tied into our theory program. And the way that a lot of people prefer that could make your life a lot easier is literally just playing it straight in. So if you're on Logic, you can import the movie file into Logic, and you just see the movie file going along.
And that's how I do it, is I will occasionally do it. We had a scene in episode 7 that was kind of horror-esque. It was kind of a chase scene, and I did that purely in Logic, and it was mostly percussion and pan violins and stuff like that. So I'll occasionally do that. That's actually how I did most of season 2.
Right.
But I'm finding that I want to experiment with new instruments, and this is kind of my first stepping stone into figuring how woodwinds work and how brass works.
Yeah,
so
I could see a real value in learning from that, and I could also see a value if you really enjoy something like this enough that you can give it to your school orchestra or something like that to have them play for real.
The current plan is the next season's opening. I'm gonna get musicians from here to record live. So.
Good. So it sounds like there is a plan for live performance, because if there's not, then maybe the notation doesn't have to be. That would be the only thing I would be worried about is making sure that music doesn't feel too blocked in, like 4/4 or something like that. And you've already explored that, it sounds like. So, but you're doing some really interesting things with harmonic shifts. I love that you're playing around with themes. That's really great. I mean, I don't think you can expect all your listeners to catch on every theme, but that's not your point anyway. I think you're using themes as more of kind of your own creative development, right?
It's more storytelling, and they kind of become a little bit blatantly obvious because these themes are sprinkled all over through the series because that's how I'd write is light motifs for characters and
You start catching them after several episodes.
Yeah.
I see that, yeah.
they're a little redundant.
Good, any questions for Shayla as she's kind of
So
working?
I was just gonna ask you, so in your film scoring class, do you not teach them to write it out, or?
Well, we have different projects, so it's not just film scoring. So in that class, we call it commercial composition. So they're doing several things. They have an arrangement for pep band, kind of band arrangement of like a popular song. They do songwriting, they do a podcast intro. So it kind of depends on what your purpose is, what your ultimate goal is for this. You know, there obviously, if you have a live orchestra, if you're Hans Zimmer and you can afford 100 pieces in your orchestra, you're writing that stuff out for them, right? But in most cases, and honestly, a lot of music that you see on TV and other things, if you actually look at their studios, it's some guy's basement. It really is. There's somebody in there, they've got the screens everywhere, and they're composing by playing the stuff into it in kind of live time. And that keeps the music being really kind of organic. Just the same way as they're not doing their dialogue in time, in a rhythm. It seems like that would be my only thing about that show is you have to really be careful about making sure this doesn't feel too 4/4-y.
And I have a
Always
bottom
doing
at
stuff
the
like-
end
yeah.
with the tempo track and logic, so.
I even explore maybe doing some things where things aren't always hitting on downbeats as well. So as you look through the score, for example, you can see that, you know, you tend to have whole notes that are the
Yes.
same values and things like that. And just the same way that you want your music to feel organic, just like the scene is organic. I play around with that, and sometimes that might mean you need to measure a 5/8 just to make it work, because a cue is going to be
Been
something.
there before, yep.
I'm sure you've dealt with that, yeah, exactly. So again, very different kind of process than if you were writing for an orchestra or band in real time.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you're kind of trying to match things in time, and you're adapting to the film as opposed to being held hostage by a time signature. You know? Yeah. But you have great instincts as far as your orchestrations and things like that. Yeah, Mark.
I walked in late and I only got to hear a little bit of it. All I really wanted to say was what I was able to listen to, hearing you talk about it. I think you have a real talent for it. I love it.
Hey, there you
I
go.
just want to share appreciation.
Your first fan. Look at that. All right. Any other, there's a question back there.
Well, as a writer, I like to see your chord structure.
Mhm.
So how important is that in?
Yeah, and theory is also a means to an end, isn't it? I think that, you know, the music has always come first in music history. Music had existed for classical music, as we know it, had existed for a few centuries before anybody thought to put Roman numerals and things like that to it. So I wouldn't get tied down too much to the terminology. There's a great quote by Duke Ellington that says, if it sounds good, it is good, right? And then you can figure it out later. You're kind of like, that was kind of cool. What did I just do? But theory can be very helpful if you're stuck. So if you're kind of like, oh, I'm sick of these same chords, what would be some other things I could use? Then you're like, oh, I remember my teacher talking about secondary dominance, or I realize now that a 4 chord can be either major or minor on. Maybe I'll play with the minor 4 instead. So always make sure that theory is leading you to your ultimate goal, which is just writing stuff that sounds good to you. Yeah. Well, I want to make sure we have time for yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, if you want to connect with me later, I have huge resources in the real world for people that do this every day. And they also, if they're going to have live players, they always put this time signature huge across the whole entire bar, and they always label all the measures from the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you can find templates in Finale and other places like that. Maybe Flat has the same thing in that. But I think, yeah, that's really great. Start to study some of the scores that you'll see. You can actually, your library can get a copy of Star Wars, the original story and all that kind of stuff. And then you can learn a lot from, study those guys, study the scores.
They're doing a lot of Tchaikovsky, right?
Yeah, that's great. Get into some film score. Some of that stuff you can find on Allred. I know has all those Star Wars available. So, okay, great. So now we go from Shayla to Ayla, right? Okay, this worked out. Let's see how poetic we are. So, Ayla, tell us a little about you, kind of your background. She's coming from composition in a little bit of a different way, and it's still valuable. That's the nice thing about composition is that there's not one way to approach it.
I don't know. I'm kind of new to composing.
I just started last summer with Patrice, actually. She helped me with my first composition.
And so you've just been kind of coming up with your own ideas at the piano, right? But never writing them down. They just kind of stay up there in your head?
Yeah. I like to record them on my phone, so like if I forget something, I can go back and listen to it.
Great.
Yeah.
You want to show us something?
Sure.
All right. Yeah. Tell us a little about this one. What are you going for in this piece?
So this one so this is the first one that I did, and like I really like polished, and I tried to get it in what's this called?
This is finale or music score?
Yeah, score.
Yeah.
I tried to get in like a score, but I'm not the best at reading music, so I'm therefore not the best at writing music. But I'm getting good. I call this one the 3-hour waltz because it took me 3 hours to compose. So.
Before you start, I have to give you the rest of the story really quick.
Okay.
She walks in as a new transfer student and she plays beautifully. And then I said, okay, why don't you play this? She can read. I'm going, oh, I can help you. And then I said, oh, by the way, we've done a couple of months composition. Do you want to try something? Okay, do something in D minor. She comes back with this.
Okay.
Okay.
Before the end of the hour too. Nice job. That's impressive. Yeah, really. Obviously, ideas are not a problem for you. You can always come up with great ideas. So now the work, right, is to get it.
Yeah.
Why is notation important? Because no one will ever get to enjoy this music, at least to perform it, if it's always going to be in your head. So I think this is where it's going to be exciting because you're working with Patrice with theory and all of that kind of stuff, and you're going to get geeky about this stuff. Was there a question? Yeah.
I was just, and when you do manage to get it written down, we all want to learn.
Yeah, there you go. See, you already have fans. It's true.
I have it.
Look at that. No, that's
It was written down. That's the thing that
right.
we were able to do, except that I handed her my computer and said, you're putting
Good.
it on.
Okay, so you did input a lot of this, huh?
Yeah, it's a little messy. There's some stuff that could be worked out.
That's all right. That's part of the process, is getting that. Well, good. I thought that maybe what we would do to get today would be actually writing it down, but it sounds like you've already done a little bit of this, right? So kind of walk us, let's just talk through some of the resources and things like that. So for my students at Utah State, this is really a popular program, is MuseScore, MuseScore, and it's the free one, and that's what's so nice about it. So, and it looks good. Oh, back in the day it was a little bit sketchy, but this is Finale, the one you see uploaded right now. And that one's, if you're really serious about it, it's kind of the industry standard. Finale and Sibelius are, just depending on which publisher you work with, how Leonard works with Sibelius, FGH does finale, and so on. But you can see MuseScore pretty straightforward, so one of the first things you had to do, Ayla, is you had to figure out the key of this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what was your key?
I think it's right in D minor.
Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Do you want to tell us how many flats are there? Do you want help from all these piano teachers?
Wait. There's just.
You didn't know this is going to be a final exam, did you? Yeah, you didn't know, yeah.
It's a. There's just.
There is a C sharp in there. It's true. And then you also have a lot of B flat, don't you? Yeah. And sometimes you don't have the C sharp. Sometimes you just have a C natural down. But here, just one flat that just appears in every one of our D minors, right? So we kind of go over here. We just go to one flat. What about your time signature?
It's 3/4.
Good job. Okay. Yeah, there we go. She's got that. All right. So we're going to go and kind of get this thing started. 3/4. And then why don't you play just a little bit of your first and the left hand. We'll see how fast we can kind of do this together.
Okay, we'll just start that.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yep, that's easy. All right. So again, it doesn't take long before you can get really fast at this. So here, my up and down arrow is telling me where my note is going to be. 5 on the computer is a quarter note. And then I'm going to go F and A and so on. And of course, the great thing about these programs is you copy and paste. How many of those do you do at the beginning?
Just 2.
Okay.
But then there's like a lot.
Yeah, and then of course, we heard, we did. We heard a lot of that. So the point is, Eli, I would just really love to see you get comfortable and fast at the notation, and just know it's going to be slow at the very beginning.
Yeah.
But you already have a bunch of people that want to play this, right? So you're getting requests, and it gets faster. I mean, I can now type this stuff in faster than I could write it.
Yeah.
So just be patient with that process, and even if you're sure it's wrong, that's fine, because you go back, you do the playback, and you're like, you can go back and say, okay, what am I doing a little differently than how it's playing back? And you can adjust it that way, and you can learn a lot from that. What comments or questions or advice do you have for Ayla? Or maybe Ayla, if you have any questions for us as or just in general with composition. Anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
How long, did you take regular piano lessons before you met with Patrice, or how did that work? Do you just learn at home, and how did you know what a D minor was? Like that.
So yeah, I had taken from friend in the neighborhood piano teacher for a while, but then
Right, and it's a big part of it is personality. If I would have said, here's what you're gonna play, and I'm going, oh no, we can have fun. But, she had to pick me up off the floor, right, after she came back with this, started out very simple, I'm, okay, that's good. Oh, wait, what? And so, just being able to jump in and help where I could fill in her gaps.
Right.
But man, she's on her own.
I think it's just why I like her, and I'm like, okay, how can I help with this stuff?
Just get out of the way.
It really is, just help where you can and get out of the way.
But I think you bring up a really good point, and I think that's where this next little part, we won't spend any time on this since we're out of time, but is that I think a lot of students like Ayla might need just a little bit of a nudge, and the fact that you gave her a key to work with, you gave her a challenge, that sometimes is the scariest thing. Some kids don't need that. Some kids are just naturally like, hey, I'll just write stuff. And you probably are with other pieces, but in a way, composers often have to work with these little guidelines, right? So when I get a commission, I'm told, okay, it needs to be a 6-minute piece for symphonic band at a level 4, and they like it in a minor key, and so can I work with those kind of constraints? It's a really good thing for a composer to know how to do. So the fact that you gave her a little assignment and then you got out of the way, I think was a really smart way to do it. So this is just a bunch of things I've used in other workshops around the country, and there are so many more of these you can do. But these might be, as you just peek through these ways that you could get some of the kids that are like, I don't know what to do, I don't even know where to start. They can start kind of playing around with some of those little nudges, right? You'll be amazed at what they can end up doing. Any other questions for either of us?
I have a question. How much do you understand of what you like theory writes? Do you understand or know chords very well, or is it just kind of by ear?
It's more by ear. Like I do understand it, but it's more based off of ear.
And I actually think that's the healthier way to go, to be honest. I feel like that's what makes her music sound, you know, I remember hearing a quote by George Martin, the producer of the Beatles, and, you know, Paul McCartney went to him and said, you know, give me some music lessons. I don't know how to read music. And George Martin says, I don't want to be the one that ruined the Beatles. You guys have done just fine without me, right? And so, and I think that the same kind of thing, sometimes just trusting your instincts. We could go through and analyze with Roman numerals everything you did. It would be really complex and interesting, but it doesn't matter because it sounds good. So yeah, I feel like the theory can help you with those moments where you're stuck. But if you're coming up with ideas like that, I think you're in really good shape. Yeah.
And you know that you're listed 10 things. Ayla does this naturally. She comes to a lesson and says, okay, let me hear it.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, how do you do this? I can't even think of the idea. And she comes up with this whole score that is, you just say, okay, play some more. I'm like, you're paying me to listen? Wow, this is great. Sorry.
I think the next step is what we talked about already, is that now that she's got the inspiration, she's got the desire, I think what you need now are some good deadlines. I think you need some projects, you need some competitions that you can say, okay, I'm gonna have this thing written by the end of June because I have to submit it off to this competition. And I don't care really what happens, but it just makes me kind of have a nice double bar line completion type of thing. But then those things lead to other things. My whole publishing life came from a composition contract, not a competition contest that I saw on the wall at BYU. I was just walking down the hall and like, oh, they want 2 piano pieces? Okay, I guess I can put something together. There's a deadline and all that kind of stuff. And things lead to other things. So that's the other exciting thing about these things, is it gets your music out of your and Patrice's little studio, this little world that it lives in, out into a bigger world. And I think
That's why she's doing the UMTA competition with one of her new scores.
Good.
Did you know that? Well, she's got enough to choose from. All she has to do is record it with me, gather it on the finale, and July 3rd, April 30th.
That's a good point. Yeah, my first compositions when I was in elementary school, my mom's a piano teacher, she wrote them out. So I don't think there's anything wrong with learning from someone that can help you write that out to start with, and then you get more self-sufficient after it. So any of you that feel like it's illegal to write out some of your kids' compositions, no, help them. I needed that early on, so that's a good way to start.
You have online training classes.
What was that?
You have online training classes.
Training classes?
Do you have training classes?
Oh, training for composition? Yeah, in fact, one thing I was gonna mention, Ayla and I are kind of working this out right now, is that composition lessons work really well over Zoom, surprisingly. Piano lessons, not so well, right? But composition, I teach students from all over. I've got a student in New Jersey, I've got one in Houston, I've got a couple, Mark's got a student that's studying with me from St. George, all over Zoom, and composition is really easy because you can share your screen, you can do this, you can talk about it. I can say, okay, let's go back to measure 8. Is that kind of what you're intending right here? What if you did something like this? So yeah, there are all sorts of options to seek out people if you don't have anybody in your area. Yeah. Okay, I know we're over time. That was awesome. Great. Thank you guys.
I have a small admission to make. As soon as I walked in the door, I was like, I tried to be so on top of things and prepared my next session over lunch. And that included messing with the pianos a little bit. So if you tried to play on this piano and it was a little funny, then...
Oh. I was wondering if I could take that quarter. Is that just
Yes, and if something was a little funny on this one, that may have been intentional.
Oh, nice. I love it.
But it didn't seem to bother me too
No,
much.
we did a little prepared piano. It was John Cage. It was fun. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I just tried to be prepared.
No, it's excellent.
Anyway, thanks.
The pedals in the other row. I didn't do it. My name will come, but no one will be upset. My name will come up, it's just compliments. Pedals. Fun. Like it started, I'm like, oh, I know I'm not. Not anymore. I would need a few lessons for the first. Yeah. I worked the whole time. That's what I was like. And that was bar 7/8. Here's 34, and 11.
All right, so we'll have another double session, and I'll talk a little bit about piano maintenance. And here, Dr. Allred is talking about intermediate piano ensemble music. In the next room, whoever wants to hopefully learn a little bit about piano maintenance and needs a handout, I've got them here.
I hope that's not
One with one.
You can find a room.
Anybody else?
Once I'll say something like, I don't know where my phone is. He's saying so. I'll be fine with that. And then this will change.
All right. That's curious, that entire room already knows me. That means they also know that I'm not really qualified to do this session, but I still enjoy doing those sorts of things. I actually asked a local piano tuner there, Campbell, if he wanted to do this session. He was actually excited about the idea, and I think he's actually a very good teacher, and I think he's very excited about doing these things. But he and his grandkids are on the way to Disneyland. He preferred Disneyland. But he said, oh, why don't you do this session? Because I'm sure you can do it. And I told him one of my ideas is to just address the questions that everybody has, or maybe we don't find answers to. So he said, yeah, it's always the same questions that we get, and you can do it. And I started preparing, and I was like, well, maybe. So I'm a little in over my head, maybe. That's why there's a disclaimer, I'm not a piano technician, so you shouldn't take my word for any of this. However, I got into being interested a little bit in piano when we were offered a free piano from an acquaintance of an acquaintance. And I said, I'm a freshman in college, sure, I want a piano. And it was one of those nice, very big old ones from the very early 1900s. We got a couple of people, got it into the apartment. We know the stuff broken, I knew that, but I thought, I'm interested, I want to see if I can fix it. So I opened up the piano and I was like, oh, this looks like I can unscrew it and there's a bigger screw. So I did that, and it was not a good idea. Anyway, I learned a lot from this experience. then when I came here and had this job, our piano technician at that time was based in California. And once in a while, somebody would come to my office, oh, Dr. B, there's a note stuck on the piano, like in the choir room, middle C, you can't play it, and in choir and whatnot. So I'm like, what can I do? This piano is like much more expensive actually than my car. And even if I buy a new car, this is still much more expensive.
Yeah.
But fortunately, what can you do? I just was like, there's a couple screws here, let's just see what happens. So that's kind of my story. There's something that we can unscrew on top of the Anyway, our piano, Dates Music, they are our Steinway dealer. They've provided us a lot of help over the years. I got permission from the VP, who's been really helpful with monster concerts and all kinds of stuff. He said, oh, you can't break anything that we can't fix, so go ahead. And I was like, okay, I'll send it to you to fix it if I break something. Anyway, it's oftentimes really a lifesaver to just know a few things about piano, and I've kind of been keeping at it, and I learned a little bit how to tune the piano. Along came the harpsichord, like I mentioned earlier, and I kind of rebuilt this from the ground up. I would do it totally differently now, because now I know a little bit about it, and then I started and didn't know anything about it, but it was kind of destined for the dump anyway, so I couldn't break anything. So that's how I got here. What I thought would be part of this session would be those questions that we are often being asked, and not just a piano technician, but I think as teachers are often being asked those sorts of questions by parents, and my friends, maybe family members, and whatnot. Some of that, like at some point, my computer just restarted, and I had copied stuff that I haven't cited yet where it's from, so I don't know where some of those things are from. I tried to put in quotation marks, but I just blatantly lifted that they're all, piano technicians or piano manufacturers. And those are kind of the best statements that I could find. Anyway, some of the things that I get asked often about piano tuning is how often do I need to tune a piano? And we're really not playing too much on it. We rarely play on how often do I need to tune the piano. And that first part here is, I think, useful in knowing that is that a piano always goes out of tune. There are, depending on what brand of piano or what type of piano it is, we have like tens of thousands of pounds of force on a piano that's working constantly. So it's always, each string, it's under pressure. It's always going to pull something. The biggest reason why a piano goes out of tune are changes in humidity. We have a steel frame in here and in here that keeps things pretty much in place, but where the strings are connecting and whatnot is actually wood. And so as soon as it's getting a little more humid, things expand and the strings stretch, and then the winter contracts again because it's dry. So humidity is a big factor, but even without humidity, naturally there's so much stress on a piano that it's always going to go out of tune. So whether you play it more often or not really doesn't make much of a difference. If it's something like in our piano majors practice room where it's being used regularly, it's of course going to go out non-stop, pretty much, yes. It's going to go out of tune more often. But the recommendation is to tune a piano twice a year. That's what most manufacturers recommend. Once a year is probably fine if you have, a fairly consistent humidity and if you take care of the piano. But that's usually the ballpark that is recommended. And again, it has nothing to do with it being played or not too much or not being played. So that's an answer that I'm being, or a question I'm being asked quite often. When should a piano be tuned? That is a question that I think I can answer, but that's something that even here I sometimes have difficulty conveying, because we got, even in Cedar City, right, the student season in August, and I get the pianos tuned before the semester starts, and as soon as the semester starts, I have people at my door, and pianos are out of tune. It's like, well, yeah. The rainy season came a little bit later, or it didn't come at all, but sometimes, a couple times now, it came, it was really wet at the beginning of September, and the pianos were gone again. And oftentimes, at the beginning of the school year, they turn off air conditioning, for example, and even if it's just for a few days, and that's when the rain is coming through, it's not all that great. Likewise, in the middle of the semester, I got a couple of complaints. You have recitals, the piano is out of tune, so I got our piano technician up to tune it. I guarantee you, not a week later, I have 3 full colleagues at my door. The piano's out of tune again. Piano tuner, fire. Not what they said, that's probably what they thought, but that was the week when they turned on the heat. And it goes really quickly. I've made quite some experience with that. With the harpsichord one summer, I didn't detune it, and it was almost the 4th chart when I came back in August. So that happened over the summer. So now I try to remember to retune. A couple strings snapped. It's not quite as extreme with the piano. We're not talking about the whole snap or anything, but it's noticeable that it would bother you. So anyway, usually the best times to tune the piano is after you turn off the heat and after the piano can acclimate to the new season again for a little bit. So you can hear they say after the height of the summer. I forgot how they put it in here. But anyway, whenever the season changes, give the piano a couple of weeks to acclimate, and that would be a good time to tune it, and then it should stay for quite a while. So those are just some good things I think to know, and again, I think a lot of us are being asked those sorts of questions by parents. If a piano doesn't get tuned too often or not at all, and it's really gone down in pitch, piano tuner is doing something called a pitch raise, and that is something that is also hard for me to explain if I have a parent asking. It usually comes along with the cost, and I'm saying, well, it depends. If it's in really fine shape, and if you've had it tuned recently and whatnot, there's probably a flat fee. Around here it's a certain number, and cities it's a little bit more, but it could be more. And that's always hard to understand, right? If you tune a piano, it should be the same thing. But if a piano is really flat, and you tune it perfectly, by the time you're done, it's already so much out of tune.
You can also break strings. Yeah.
Are you speaking out of own experience? So yes, that is something to do slowly. When you break strings, there's probably something else going on too, like that piano hasn't been taken care of too well. But anyway, even if it's a piano that's pretty well in shape, like our pianos, our piano technician likes to differentiate from a regular tuning and a concert tuning. So if we have a guest artist coming in and they perform a recital that's a little bit more high stakes, he actually goes over it twice too. It's natural, even if it's pretty close to tune, it's going to be a little bit out again. In those cases, most of us probably wouldn't hear a difference. Our audience definitely would hear a difference. But a concert artist who's really used to playing on fine pianos, they're going to notice a difference. So anyway, that is something that is always a little bit hard to explain, that it depends. Already seems really expensive to tune your piano, and it can be even more expensive, and that's just normal. However, I always think I'll take my car to the shop and I have an oil change for $15. It's usually not staying at the $15. Anyway, this is a little bit about piano tuning. The biggest question I often get is, of course, how expensive it is. And that is something where in the area here, we're pretty lucky because piano tuners are pretty cheap. When you write your check, oftentimes doesn't seem so cheap, but I would say standard prices, if you take the US, I think $200 is not out of the question. Around here, Allred, for example, I think his rate is $80 per piano, and then again, pitch rates, of course, it's more. But that's about the range that I've seen here in southern Utah from kind of the pros, the ones who are maybe, registered piano technicians or whatnot, you're between 80 and 160. And I think that's perfectly reasonable, because if I have something break in my house, AC or whatnot, the service call is usually somewhere around that ballpark, and they haven't fixed anything yet. Some of the tuners around here are cheaper. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing, but it's one thing where I would ask a question. So if you would hire me as a piano tuner, I would not charge you $150. I would do it for very cheap. There's a reason for that. I've been much longer than a piano tuner. I think I can get it into tune, but after half a tuning, I've kind of lost interest. There's a lot of strings, and then if I also can't let stuff go, so if there's something wrong with the piano, I can't let it go. I need to fix that stuff, and I get caught up. I also sometimes can't diagnose whatever is going on. Sometimes a grand piano, I think I'm fairly proficient with tuning now. I can move fast. Upright pianos are different animals, just the way that you use strings and the process and whatnot. Some of our students and past students have learned how to tune a piano, and they're of course also, are they charging that much? That's also not necessarily a bad thing, because we have to learn at some point too. It's just being aware of that and just inquiring a little bit is a good thing to do. And, if you have somebody in the family who tunes it for you for free, doesn't mean that's a problem. I think the point of this is to get the word out that those are things that are expensive, but they are worth it to pay the money. My oil change is actually much more expensive because I go to a dealership. I wish they owe me $15. Anyway, under how much does it cost to have a piano tuned, I have a bunch of other services listed that I think are interesting or useful to know. Repairs, and that's from one particular source, $65 per hour. That is not an out of the question rate for Southern Utah for a piano technician. If you would be in New York City, $65 won't be getting you very far. Some other numbers that are useful: grand action reconditioning and regulation, rhythm action reconditioning and regulation. You can see those are several $1,000s. That's why we usually only do every, depends on 10 to 15 years to basically redo an action would be recommended. And maybe in your household, if it's a piano that's well taken care of, maybe 20 years, maybe 25. But that is an expense that if you have a piano that you should be planning on at some point, otherwise the piano will just not be a lot of fun anymore to play. And that is something that somebody put on here. I forgot where it is, but under one of the tuning numbers, it says the biggest damage that you can do, or that this technician is coming across, is when the child stops playing piano because it's just a piano that's not in good shape or is out of tune or whatnot. And the parent is happy that they didn't spend the extra money on keeping the piano up because the kid could piano. I think that's probably the biggest damage. It's just a lot more fun to play a nice piano. When you're walking into Thorley Recital Hall and you see 2 9-foot Steinways with the lip all the way open, I think you're much more likely to go like play a little bit than if it's an upright piano in somebody's garage and you walk by them. Anyway, I hope some of this information here on tuning is helpful. The second part is on piano care. And there are some things that I'm often asked and that is where shall I put my piano? And I think that's a very good question. Away from neighbors, I didn't put that in here. That will save you a lot of trouble. Basically, outside walls, as I have in here, used to be a big no-no. That's really not so much of an issue anymore because of the advances in insulation that we use. Also, the basement walls that used to be, just concrete walls or whatnot, where you have a lot of moisture and whatnot, usually, or I haven't seen it in southern Utah too much anyway. They are still there.
I'm not worried about it.
So anyway, that's not so much of a concern anymore. Again, the changes in humidity are a big concern. So if it's close to a bathroom, or like this technician here mentioned, that I don't know if I actually copied that, but that one actually mentioned having found pianos in bathrooms before. So, be aware of that, of course, with outside walls. I hate them all. Pictures of a teacher, I'm always thinking with what you say. How bathrooms are for Anyway, that's just the outside doors that are opening more often, windows, all of that stuff is something to avoid. If you have heat registers, that is something to avoid. Even though it doesn't get, you don't have that much moisture here, but it still sometimes goes up. And of course, if you're, wherever you get dry air, like for example, a heat vent, or if the sun is directly hitting a piano, then of course that dries it up and you're gonna have movement. So those are just some things. The sunlight doesn't just affect the tuning, but of course also the finish, depending on what you have, and the key tops. But those are some things to consider. Again, that's something that I'm asked fairly frequently. There are piano humidifiers, and that is something that I investigated when I first came here, and I realized that there are changes. And my predecessor here already had like a couple years of a battle with the maintenance crew about leaving on the AC over the weekend, over the break, the heat over the weekend, and over the break, the winter break, because they used to turn it off every single time that there wasn't anything in the building. And so I looked into various things. Eventually, I put a proposal together estimating the values of all of our pianos, and I was like, that's actually worth more than the couple $100 you save on utilities. And that changed a little bit. I think now we're actually doing fairly well. We just have an outdated system. But anyway, I was looking into piano humidifiers too, and our piano technician at that time suggested keeping the piano at 50% humidity. I had just come to Utah, 50% coming from Michigan. Okay, it's not a big deal. I got actually a room humidifier. That didn't do anything. So, and I got one of those big ones. So it was like, a couple times a day, I went to the bathroom to refill like several gallons of water. So anyway, I asked our Steinway dealer, and they said, no, don't bother with it. As long as it's consistent, the piano is going to adjust to the dryness, and it's going to be fine. So I've heard now conflicting information about the piano humidifiers. Those are units that you install in the piano. But it seems like, especially in drier climates, it's usually not that recommended. What we don't have is such a huge summer to winter change as you would have in other parts of the country, where you really go from really 100% humidity to from dry in the winter and whatnot. So it seems like we're doing pretty well. It also seems like those systems work much better on an upright piano than a grand piano, because in an upright piano it's actually contained inside, whereas on a grand piano you basically cover a small area of the piano. Don't cover the pin block, for example. Oftentimes with new pianos, those systems are not covered, so if they're being installed, you may lose a warranty. So that is just something to be cautious with, and even when it's not such a drastic climate or whatnot, but it's still something that reading reviews and whatnot, you have to expect to refill once a week. That's something you just have to be on top of. So again, I've heard things on both sides, but what everybody says, the ideal thing is to have a humidity controlled room. And of course, no windows and whatnot. Anyway, I have a little bit of something about piano regulation and how to clean the piano. I think use a lot of common sense, just a damp cloth will wonders. There's other piano technicians oftentimes have their own specially formulated cleaning products. That's something to ask. Finally, I already answered my question about should I get a free piano? Most of the time, probably not. If it's a good friend, or relative, and it's a good piano, of course, take the piano for free. But what you see in newspapers or whatnot is going to be the piano that I got, which again, if you're into that sort of stuff, and on the first try, you risk having strange springs all over the floor, and then you don't know where they actually came from and go. But it's really, I don't know if I could ever throw out a piano. It's one of those things that I think I would have to tell somebody, I'm going to leave now, and when I come back, the piano needs to be gone. I can't see it. But I think some pianos are just, they have lived their life and got it. Anyway, that was kind of my overview, my kind of theoretical part, and I hope that I got the best statements in this little handout. One thing that I was going to do is come over here and just play a couple notes and then go like, oops. That's probably what happened in the last session, that somebody did that and was like, oops, there's a key stuck, now it's already unstuck. However, I, of course, tried a chord before, just like I've been called up to choir practice before, but that thing fell in an angle that it actually kind of went underneath. So there is still something that fell into the piano that we need to get out. And so this is kind of the practical part. Don't do this at home. Maybe I can turn it a little bit more. The material motive of this little exercise was that I can take out the action and you can see how a grand piano action actually looks like. But anyway, you're fortunate to have a grand piano at home, and there's a quarter that fell into the key and the key doesn't work anymore. What do I do?
Call you.
Well, I went with our piano technician to Disneyland and not answering my phone. So anyway, any volunteer?
I've had to take mine apart to get, the pencil that fell in before, but not underneath the keys, just the awkward.
You want to try it?
I don't know if I want to do that one. Mine's just held a baby grand.
We take off that board in front of the keys.
Can you do it?
Okay, this board.
No, the lower one. That board.
Wow. All right.
That would help.
Where did my quarter go? I still don't see it. But that will oftentimes fix it. And a lot of grand pianos really just have this stuck at the front. There are some other pianos that's incorporated into those side blocks. But you can at least gently see if something is moving. And if it moves, great. If it doesn't move, don't use too much force. All right. Okay, so my quarter is still in there, I hope.
He took 2 coins out. Were there only 2?
Yes, but the first one Then it's all good.
Well, then we're gonna start looking with like,
Say again?
We started screwing things.
That's very can tell that's highway.
see if we can find it with a flashlight.
So most of them actually have screws down here. Some pianos have different screws that you can do without a screwdriver. But anyway, this is what I did when they asked me, during choir practice, can you get the key unstuck? And I was looking for screws, and I just started hoping for the best. And we won't need this piano for a couple of days, so if something goes wrong, oh, by Monday morning we'll have it fixed. So most of those sorts of things lift out like this. And that's how a piano looks on the inside. Some of those fall boards actually just lift out, so there are some actually nicer ways of doing this than Steinway pianos, but maybe it's good that Steinway made it a little bit trickier, because then we're not tempted too much. But for those of us who do get tempted, it may make more damage. I don't know. Anyway, let me just take the action out.
Just nonchalantly.
See how this looks like. This is always a little bit the scary part. But how many of you have seen a piano in this state before? Wow, you're already like those. I know you've seen it before. I think I may have to do this retrieval. There's a key bed down here, and I thought the Thorley would have just fallen through that and would be sitting here, but it doesn't. So I'll have to do a little more inspecting later on. But anyway, like I said, the ulterior motive of this was.
There's
Yes.
a binder clip that you could probably just grab, which would be good. There's a binder clip sitting there. Like on
All the stuff right, yes, did somebody say shake the action? Yes, that's probably actually what I'll be doing. But I should have that in here. But I thought that for a second that was a guitar pick sitting back there. But it wasn't. But anyway, like I said, the ulterior motive of this was to get an action on it to just see how it works. One of the reasons why some of those piano regulation things can get so expensive is because there are so many parts. And I think I read it somewhere how many thousands of parts, but there are thousands of parts that one can adjust and regulate. And I sometimes try to do one key and then I'm tired and give up and call a piano technician. Anyway, I thought one thing that is kind of nice to see here is how this action actually works. We basically have the key that comes up, and down here is a little connection. Some of you can actually see it, but that lifts this part called the ribbon. That part lifts the jack that is back here, and the jack lifts here this kind of knuckle off the hammer. And that's of course what hits the string. And one of the reasons that those pianos are so expensive, the grand pianos, is that we have something called a double escapement mechanism. Does anybody know what that is?
So what resets the key when you go up halfway?
Say again?
Does it reset when you go up halfway? Instead of having to go all the way up on the key for it to like reset it?
That's the idea, that I don't have to release the key all the way for it to play again. Like I can do this. But what exactly is the double escapement? We haven't gone over that part in class yet. So.
It's the falling.
Say again?
The falling, right? You know, like
Fall?
It escapes the
and then
string.
it escapes twice.
That's always
Is that
the
what
thing
you were
that I
asking?
think that is always the puzzling part. The first escapement is here. There's this part, the jack, that moves the hammer up, and then it slips kind of to the back. I don't know if you can see it, but you're welcome to come down here in a second. So that's one escapement, and an upright piano has that one too. And then there's, on a grand piano, there's a second part, and that is this number here. That is basically the double escapement, the second escapement that Erard, I believe, invented. And what this does is there's a spring in here, and that basically keeps the hammer up and lets the jack go underneath. So if the jack is hitting this kind of hammer knuckle, it goes up, and then the jack slips out. And that means the hammer is released, and the jack kind of escaped. But now I would need to let the hammer go all the way back before I could play the note again. So what the double escapement does is it catches the hammer a little bit higher, so the jack doesn't have to go basically the full circle. That kind of makes sense?
Yeah.
Good.
I wouldn't want to build one, but it makes sense.
Great. So again, you're welcome to come down here in a second when we're done. Because I found a couple more problems. On this piano, kind of this left pedal doesn't work, and it makes a funny noise. And I don't know. What can I do? There's a pedal issue with the pedal.
Not use the pedal.
Not use the pedal, right? They're all fine pianists. We don't need it.
On the upright, there's poles that go on the other side and just make sure they're connected to the right.
Great. So again, I'm looking for stuff that I can pull out. There's actually a cover on that side piano. I already took off the screws. There were screws on this particular one. But down here, it's very easy to see the pedals are connected to the certain rods. And of course, here is one that got disconnected. And I can just plug that back in. And then hopefully it's going to work. It still won't work. In the interest of time, I'm just going to fast forward because we found some other stuff that we can take off. And if I just move the pedal, you can see there's something that's kind of loose and in here. And so that one just came out. And all of a sudden it works again. The reason I chose this particular little accident is because that happened with actually this piano just a couple of weeks ago, and I put it back in. We were gonna tune a string too. I forgot which one it was. Probably that one. let's do that one. I forgot my nicer tuning supplies, but this is something that you can get for not very expensive, even through Amazon or whatnot. To tune a piano is something that I would entirely need. It really takes a lot of experience, and you should just invest in a good piano technician. But there is this one note where I don't know what happens with that note. I'm going to check which strings those are, and you can even do something like this. Oh yeah, it's this string here. And as long as you're careful, you can get it fixed pretty easily. This is not the way that you should be doing that. But sometimes we have to do things, and that was kind of really why I wanted to do the session like that, to just give us license to actually look into a piano, experiment a little bit, and to just be curious about it. I think we are one of the few instrumentalists who really don't know much about our own instruments. Part of that is that, again, this is much, even if I buy a new car, this is just still so much more expensive. I think we're a little bit afraid. And I've been given the license by our Steinway dealer to look into things a little more closely, and I hope I can give you that license. There's really nothing that can't be fixed. And I think that's the gist of my presentation, to just start to be curious and carefully taking stuff apart maybe. We're doing with our students a piano cleaning usually once a year, and the first year we did it, there was quite some stuff. Before our guys' time, but there was quite some stuff that came out of those pianos. Newspaper clippings, paper clips, and of course gum, and oh yeah, old spiders. Anyway, there are some things, little things that you can fix. Don't be afraid to do that. Anyway, that was racing through what I was planning to. Any questions?
Is this safe to use a vacuum for dust? Like any kind of vacuum?
Most vacuums will be impractical in terms of getting there, but wherever you can reach something, if it's a shop vac with a hose, I've got to be careful because I haven't just thought through, but I would say that whatever is easy to reach is probably okay. With an action like that, what you can do is, reverse it and blow out dust, for example. Again, always be careful with those sorts of things, but there's really nothing that can't be fixed.
Yeah, we have 6 pianos over at residence, and occasionally there will be a key where I wish I could just tweak that just a little bit. Is there like a good brand or like a tuning wrench that you recommend? Or?
The one that I got was actually a gift. And that's a nice heavy tuning hammer. I forgot what the brand was, but those are a few $100. But really, if you're tuning, 1 or 2 strings here and there,
It's like $40 at that very basic level. I mean, the other ones, they are a lot nicer, but like something basic.
Yeah, now if you really tune several pianos, you move a lot more precise with the heavier ones. You can also have adjustable handles. But you don't really want to do that. So I said you don't tune like that. If I'm tuning like I did earlier, there's potential to actually bend the pins, right? So you want to usually be supported in one way or another. And with nice ones, you really have an easier time doing that, and also having probably fewer back problems doing it over years. But I think for just the one key, one note here and there, I think something like that would do. But again, I'm not a piano technician. Remember my disclaimer. But that is something that happens around here too. That it's just one string, or our technician replaced the string. I can just go in and retune that string every few days rather than him having to come, all the way from St. George. So this is useful. And I think if you're careful, if you're really doing a lot of force, and if you have to do a lot, that's the point where you should call a professional. But if you're doing it a little bit and stuff moves, I think it's fine. All right, well, thank you so much. I think we've got to wrap it up here. I'll leave the pianos kind of out of the open here. I promise I will put them back later. And for those of you taking all those skills, I promise I can get that What do I play?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I left it out in the open, that one is still looking. That's exactly what I showed these All right. I think we'll resume and go to the next part because I'm actually excited about this next session. I think I'll have a good job with the next session. I'll just be sitting at the side and listen. We have another panel, as you can see in your program, and this is kind of exciting for me. That is something that I underestimated when I was going through my education, to kind of backtrack to Nancy's session from earlier. It's the importance of an association, of knowing other teachers, all of the, whatever that entails. When I was an undergrad, my teacher was a member of NFMC. They had a really just a nice chapter. They did monster concerts, and I came here and I was like, yes, there's never going to do monster concerts. It's never done the MTA. So I started that, even though before that I wasn't really involved or whatnot. I just did what my teacher told me. He didn't have to hold me at the chair with Patrice. I went voluntarily. Anyway, then I came to Cedar City and they were talking about a piano festival. And I'm like, okay, sure. I actually was only part-time here when I initially came here. Then when I was full-time, I was actually, here when the piano festival happened. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I know the federation. I didn't know that there was a federation. And so I kind of got to know a few of those associations a little bit better. I'm a Glenn Gould fan, and I knew that he did the Royal Conservatory of Music, and it was great. And all of a sudden, a couple of years ago, Heather Smith asked if she could stop by. I think I already met her a little bit before, and talk about RCM, and if we could be a testing center. And like, oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. And that's not an association per se, but it's, I think, kind of interesting to know. And then preparing for this, I was like, looking, we are an official testing center for RCM, but nobody's teaching it. But I think just when I started looking at it, I typed it in again into Google, and Sarah's name came up. Now I'm curious, how does it work on a database? And I know, Caroline, I think you've looked into the curriculum before.
Yeah, but I've just gone with AIM because it's more accessible for us.
And those are the things I haven't really talked with anybody who's had personal experience. In the fall, our choral director, Crystal McCoy, had Shelley Solberg here to do a workshop. And that was great, it was informative. I wasn't thinking too much about it because we have early music education and it's great. Kathy emailed me a few weeks ago and said she's a Let's Play music teacher. I guess I didn't know that Shelley actually started teaching piano and voice lessons, and I just didn't make that connection. So I'm curious to just hear how does that work. If I'm a teacher, is that something that I should be looking into? So that's kind of how this session came about. And anyway, without further ado, I think I want to invite all of you here. It's a very informal panel. I have some water if you want a bunch.
And if anybody wants to hand out from the easy ensemble music, well, I'll just pass them around. So that's what Christian's here. Sorry.
All right, my first question for our panel was just to briefly introduce themselves. I think all of us know somebody on here that probably also doesn't know somebody on here. So why don't you tell us briefly who you are?
I'm Patrice. I think I've introduced myself in all of the workshops so far. I'm with MTNA and UMTA, and I've been teaching 16 years.
I'm Diane Decker. I'm with the National Federation of Music Clubs. When you hear about the piano festival, that's the one that I do. I've been a teacher here for approximately 40 years in Cedar, and been in part of this Federation of Music Clubs ever since the inception of coming to Cedar City, and been one of the co-directors or part of it some way or another for the entire time since it started here in Cedar about 38 years ago.
I'm Kathy Wells, and I taught private piano for about 20 years, and then I found Let's Play Music and decided to teach that. I taught that in Colorado for several years, and then I moved here, and I taught here I've taught the whole program for about 15 years.
My name's Sarah Bearnson. I use the RCM program. I've been teaching for about 10 years now. I'm originally from Canada, and that's why RCM is very, very big up there. So I decided to move down here, start my own business of June of 2020 in Cedar City, and I like to introduce my students to RCM. So.
Great. I'm just curious, how many of you are, for example, MTNA members or have experience with MTNA? Great. How many of you have Federation experience? Thursday.
How many was that?
And how many have had experience with Let's Play Music, either teaching or maybe had kids participating? Okay, that's actually a good number. And then we have the Royal Conservatory of Music curriculum. Okay, so we actually have a good presentation. I would freestyle questions, but I think that's probably not fair to you guys. Well, one
You can say
question.
pass.
Well, I think the next question, what are those individual things? It's interesting to me, what I have on your handout is basically what I found on their respective websites, which I think they want us to know of who they are. And to me, that never gives a lot of really good information how it applies to us as a teacher. With MTNA and the Federation, it's not about profit, so it's a little different, but sometimes materials are therefore not so professional. With Let's Play Music and RCM, it's a little different market, even though RCM is again a little bit different than Let's Play Music. That's a lot more commercial. But anyway, those descriptions didn't really tell me what they are, and so can you tell us more about
Happy to. Okay, ring a bell when it's been 45 minutes. You said I had 45 minutes, right? Oh. 4 minutes. Okay, again, because of my experience with UMTA, I would not be doing what I'm doing without UMTA. Like a nutshell, what I see with MTN, you have to understand UMTA is simply a branch of MTNA. You get both. What UMTA has done for me is it has made me professional. One of the things in there was certification. And of course I'm going, I don't even have a degree in music, and I'm supposed to certify. And then UMTA made it so attainable. And I thought, okay, I can do this. There's a certification specialist, and they help walk you through the steps of certification. And I was doing the certification, and then I had to play for 10 minutes, and then my son died. And I had a few months to finish the certification, and I'm going, how do you deal with this? But then the deadline of November 11th was looming, and I'm going, there is no way I am not doing this. What better thing could I do than to do this? And I got it in like under the wire, maybe by an hour. And it is something I've always been glad I did, just for my students to see we can do hard things. And just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. But so UMTA, MTNA has helped me become more professional in so many areas. That certification helped me get a, mission statement, to really assess and to have a business plan and to understand, why am I teaching the way I teach what I teach? And then, did you notice that video you had to record of how you're teaching? All part of the certification process helped me be a better teacher. So I'm a big proponent of UMTA, MTNA. UMTA has so many programs that helps you as a teacher be a better teacher, so you have better students. So that's what I would say about that organization. It helps you be professional. Is that okay?
I think that's good. That's great.
4 minutes, probably 5.
Oh, you were good.
How long is that program?
Pardon?
How long is that program?
Well, you have 1 year from the time that you register, but you can do a lot of it before you ever, and it's like $200, is it $200, Mark, I think? Initially, and then renewal is 25, I don't know. But, so once you can start working on it and get all your stuff, one of the things was to, what's the word, they gave you a score and you had to explain, analyze it, thank you. And so Dr. B, I don't know anything about this. I got an education really quick, but I was so afraid of it, I kept putting that off, putting it off. And I finally told my husband, I am locking the door, do not let me come out. And it took me 6 hours, but I got it done. So it's really, and I learned a ton. So.
That's great.
I was just gonna say, Lori, is that her name, the certification chair this year?
Oh, Lori, sir.
She started a study group in October, I think, that I've been part of, and we're due to, if you stay on target, you're supposed to be done by like May. So
Yeah,
you
and she walks
can
you
go
through it.
as fast, yeah. So
Yeah,
you can go as
once a
fast
month.
or as slow as you want to.
And there's no charge for it. Just to be a member of UMTA and say, I want to certify. And she answers all your questions, helps you through it. You can have mentors. I've helped a few people certify. And when there's somebody who's been through it, you go, oh, I'm not in this alone. And again, that's the networking, the association, having colleagues. And UMTA gives you colleagues. I love my colleagues.
Yes, I think the certification is really just a means to an end. At the end is to have a support group and to feel like, or to not feel like, well, I don't have any credentials, I'm not any good like those people with the degrees and stuff.
I had NCTM after my name, and I go, yeah, I mean, it is, what's in some credentials, it says, I took the time to certify. I care enough about my music. It doesn't mean I'm some wonderful teacher better than another, it means I took the time to care enough to certify. So, sorry, that was over my 5 minutes.
All right, Diane, what about the federation?
Well, the federation is about the student. It's about the student learning music, being able to perform it to the best of their ability. We have once a year this piano festival where the student comes and performs 2 pieces in front of judges, which are other teachers that are part of this organization. And so it's not a competition against someone else, it is for them. It is them being able to play to the best of their ability. It is something that validates their hours and hours of practicing. When they receive their certificate, they have something concrete, tangible in their hand that they have done. And then it's also on a point system. So then after they get a superior, an average of a superior 3 years in a row, then they get gold cups. Each time they do that, that gold cup is significantly larger than the next one. So again, they have something tangible that they're looking at. Now, as a teacher, it gives you, we get a bulletin, it's $40 a year. And as a teacher, what it does is it expands your library of repertoire music out there. We would never know about Kevin Olson or Melody Bober or Dennis Alexander, because those are composers that they don't put in the music store. So unless you specifically order their music, you would never see that just sitting in the music store just to go in and purchase. So now you're getting to expand music in areas in popular contemporary music so that the students have something other than the traditional things that they are playing. And so everything is about the student, but it does perfect the teacher because you are sending your student and having other people judge them. So you want to make sure that you are doing all the details, but it gives the student a chance to have something under their belt. So when grandma comes and wants to say, play me a piece, they have a piece they can perform. And they feel good about this. This is something that they do. As a teacher, you're always making sure that you take care of all the fine details to make sure that they are performing to the best of their ability. And I will have every parent tell me at one time or another that I have taught that the music festival is a reason that their child is still practicing, because it gave them something to look forward to each year, tangible, that they can put under their belt, saying, I did this. So it's probably more about the student than it is the teacher, but we have to do our share to keep it going. It's a lot of you don't get paid a dime, it's 100% volunteer. Everything that's in the backstage work, it's all volunteer, but we do it because it makes our students want to keep on practicing.
Well, Let's Play Music is a wonderful program that I found that's been actually expanded quite a lot in recent years. Founded by Shelley Solberg out of Arizona. She wanted a piano program for kids that would teach them fun ways to learn music and use the great methods of dot crows, Orff, and Kodai. And so it's a 3-year program, and there's usually 6 to 7 kids in a class. In the first year, the kids play the tone bells, which actually transfers over to the piano the second year. So when you're 4 or 5, you don't really have the finger strength to push down as hard on the piano. So that's why they use the mallets and the tone bells the first year. And then they learn solfege and learn how to sight sing. They do a lot of theory. They also are exposed to classical music through some really awesome puppet shows that use really cool puppet shows, masters of music, that they kind of have a story and little puppets. So these are the youngest of the kids that start piano, and they just absolutely love it because it's play-based, and that's how children learn at that age, is through play. And so the second year, that's when they transfer all the tone bell skills over to the piano and start learning to play the chords, and they learn how to hear something and transpose it, and be able to really expand their repertoire of starting to really actually learn what proper piano technique looks like. And the third year, they're playing with really proper form. They're doing more with dictation, which is something I didn't do until college, and it scared me to death. And they're taking little notes and filling in little notes, and it's really quite amazing. They can transpose from key of C to key of F or key of C to key of G just by learning and having those ear training skills. And then the third year, they're kind of their culminating year where they compose their own song. And I've been working on about 8 or 9 of these right now. And it's amazing the process that comes together. They just think of something that inspires them. And then since we've done a lot of question and answers and chords, they come to me and they sit down and they start playing things, and they have made a story about their composition. They know where it's going. If it's a story about the mermaids or the ocean, they have these different sounds for each little part. And it's amazing. They come to me and they just have this song in their head, and then they perform those at the recital in third year. Let's Play Music is the main program that I teach, but they also have an accelerated program for kids aged 8 to 12, which takes all these same concepts but just makes them more tween friendly, which, at that age you want to be cool and stuff. And then after that 2-year program, that's when we want to have our graduates go to really good teachers that understand that these kids know chord theory, they know harmonic dictation. And so we have a connections program where you can actually maybe pay a small nominal fee and then fill out some paperwork, and we can get you on our music website as a connection person that we can send our graduates to, which is something that we love to do because we know you guys know what they really can know and stuff. So it's an amazing program. I love teaching it, and I just wish I wasn't so old. Thank you. So thank you.
All right, so the RCM program is super big in Canada. I started playing piano when I was about almost 3 years old. And they have a preparatory A, preparatory B that introduces you into their actual program where they have levels 1 through 10. So when I was 12 years old, I graduated with my level 8, which certifies you to be a teacher in Canada. So at 12, I was teaching music lessons. And then when I was 16, I got my ARCT in piano performance, which is equivalent to an associate's degree. The reason I love the program so much is it's so structured in a way that you're getting a little bit of everything. So they have your theory books, they have sight reading books, they do ear training, and then you have your classical music, they go through romantic, 21st century, which is more of the jazz stuff. So it kind of gives you a little bit of everything because not every student's going to want to be so focused on the classical things. Some might be interested in more ear training. So they have a lot of really good books on that. In regards to young beginners that are just starting out, I like to use the Piano Adventures program to kind of introduce them and get them ready for the RCM. But it's been a really good program. It's taught me a lot on how to introduce it to my students, and then I'm also constantly learning. So I have a student that I'm preparing for his level 8 exam because they now do testing here, which is great. And it's been cool because as much as I'm teaching him, I'm relearning all the things about the theory and, okay, explaining how this technically works in piano theory, how to do the more performance aspect, and to also kind of tune into more of just playing regular music. It's been something I've really enjoyed. I've looked at a couple other curriculums, but I've just always favored RCM, but I'm sure it's because I'm used to it from doing it in Canada, so yeah. And then I started my business here, and I have a couple teachers that use other curriculums, but I always will introduce them to RCM and try to help them out and train them on how it technically works and why I prefer it, but it's been a really great program for me and my students, so.
That's great. I think we already got a little bit of an idea what the differences are, that maybe RCM is targeting a different student than LPM, and maybe the Federation is a little bit different than UMTA. But I want to delve maybe a little bit further into that. One of the questions that I said before is like, why should a teacher join? I'm curious about the day-to-day sort of way that helps you teach. And then also part of the question is like, is it expensive? Like, do you have to be a certified teacher to be an MTMA? Or, do your students have to be members of RCM or whatnot? Or let's play music, do you have to be certified in that? Or, you have to pay commissions or whatnot? So if you could just maybe expand on that. I always start with you, so let's get back to this topic.
I feel so offended. Well, a lot of the RCM materials aren't really available in music stores. I get a lot of it off of Amazon. Books usually range, they're on average are about $20 per book. It's really nice to have. I mean, they're not too bad, but it just depends on how many books you want to go with each level, because you have like 5 different books that you could buy for level 1 all the way through level 10. What was the other question?
So how does it help you on a day-to-day basis? If I'm a teacher, why should I join it? How is RCM going to help me on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, so RCM, I mean, in Canada it's a little different. You don't necessarily have to have your level 8 down in the US to technically teach it, but in Canada that's a lot of requirements if you're going to get hired as a teacher. And the reason they want you to have a level 8 is that you can teach all of the beginners into the intermediates. So it's really nice to kind of have yourself structured before you start teaching others. They have a lot of great online materials and classes that will come up in little workshops that will help you in doing online teaching. That was really popular during COVID. How to relate better to your students and teach in a way that they will understand, whether it's sight reading that they need to work on, that's kind of more of their tune-in, or whether it's doing ear training. So they have a lot of different workshops. Your students don't have to be members. You technically don't have to be a member yourself to teach it. Just as long as I would recommend just getting your level 8, just getting familiar with that. But it's not, you don't have to join anything really unless you want to. But they do have a lot of workshops. So.
Great. Let's play music.
Okay, well, for Let's Play Music, all the teachers are trained, highly trained by the team in Arizona. And it's a couple days conference where you go down and learn all the curriculum. And then they support us throughout the year with a big info page and all the lesson plans. Everything is on there for us to just utilize as a certified teacher. And then, we have music symposiums every year that we go to learn more and go to classes, kind of like what you're doing right here. So the students, as far as what they pay and everything, they have to sign up for the Let's Play Music program, and the tuition is, around $60, $70 a month for those classes. And then they buy their materials separately for each year. And then that just gets you through the 3 years, and they re-sign it every year. I'm not sure if we have any other questions about.
Do you have any costs?
Oh yes, I do pay support fees to the company, a percentage on each student. So say it's $6 a student a month. So all those support fees go back to the company to help improve their teaching methods and to support us as teachers. So yeah, it's a small amount to pay though for everything that we're getting from them. It works really well for me. So.
And is it groups?
Yes, there's usually 5 to 7 children in a group, and so I have like millions of pianos in my house. But yeah, and then for the older kids, the Presto kids, they have digital pianos that have weighted keys. so that they can learn the proper technique on a weighted keyboard. So I have about 6 weighted keyboards in my house as well. And then they also do a commission, they do take like, I think, $10 a month per student for the Presto students. And then the books are a little bit trickier than for a 4-year-old. They would be, music and things like that.
Okay, RSV, it's a national organization, so the teachers pay $40 a year to be part of this. You get what we call a bulletin that has all of the music repertoire. It's for Cedar City, we just do it for the piano, but there's all these different instruments, but you could do it for many different things. We just do a piano festival. For the students, it costs them $12 to enter, that is their entrance fee. And then they have to buy the music. One of the pieces has to be out of this bulletin. This is where they start learning all of this modern repertoire from the composers that are composing music, like I said, Kevin Olson, who's here as a guest composer. I don't know that I would know some of this music if it wasn't for the bulletin that gives you every level of music that they can choose from, pre-primary up to very musically advanced. And so you get to have something that is a non-American composer, so they play something for that, and then they play something out of this bulletin, out of whatever level that they are. And it can be any level a student can participate, it doesn't matter, there is music for them. As far as what it does for the teacher, it gives them a sense of belonging to a national organization, which is really nice. We get together once a year, we go over the different things that are working, things that we can improve on. But like I said, again, it is motivating to the teacher on its own to want to have your children succeed. You want them to be superior. And so you do start recognizing, okay, what can I improve? So it's always a self improvement for you as a teacher to want to improve, to make sure that your student is always performing to the best of their ability. I have taught autistic children, I have taught all different levels of talented children, and it's not about them excelling to be a concert pianist. It's about them excelling to the point that they can handle, and that's what it does. It really makes the students feel good about themselves, and as a teacher, it is a sense of accomplishment to see your students doing so well. So it's not, like I said, it's more about the student than it is the teacher.
And how do we sign up for that? Like, is that per festival or?
Right, we get you, so we take your information. I am no longer the director, but I've done it so much I can tell you. We just put you on the list, we get you on the list. Brittany Larson is now the director. And so we just get you your name and your email address and affiliation. And then when she sends out things, we just put you on a group email. And like I said, once a year you pay $40, very minimal. And the student fee, $12, again, very minimal compared to everything else. They buy, music, and then the other piece can be out of their repertoire, and so it's a very minimal charge, but the students just excel so well because of this music festival that they get to perform every year. Yes.
And when is your music festival?
We do it, it is now the third Saturday of March. We do it here at the university, and we try to get during their spring break. So whatever Saturday that they give us, so we always work with Christian to make sure that we're able to do it during their spring break. He is very easy to work with. We've had some other directors that maybe weren't quite as easy, but they have always still let us come. That third, whatever spring break is that Saturday. So that's when it is. And then most of the teachers do a piano recital the week before or something, so in preparation, so that they feel like they're prepared for this music festival. So, so they get to play in front of their parents. The music festival is not as well attended in the groups, they're just smaller groups, and so they get to do that. So they get to play it a couple of times, and then however many times they want to do it for their friends, they can just say, yes, I can play this, and then they feel like they've really excelled at a couple of pieces each year.
Can they find the contact person online? Can you just look up National Federation of Music?
Do you know, I don't know if we can do that or not. I think it is online, because,
That way to come,
yes.
because that's why I've never been involved with Federation, is I never knew who to contact.
Right, and so I think it is all online now. We have more techie people helping us now than maybe what we did before. I would not be one of those people.
Lisa is gonna list I think it's the southern Utah, I think it's the overall area of the Judd Guides Column. I think Brittany's information is on there. So
Yeah, I think she has done that. I mean, when we first started doing it, of course, this was before email was even there. You know, so we had to be mailing things, and as it's progressed through the years, we've relied on the techie people to do that. And since I've been a member forever, I've never looked it up to see, so I really didn't even know, so thank you, Christian, because.
It's not, me.
Right,
and,
I just looked it up, there's contact information.
Okay,
so.
very good. Well, I think if it probably was, I just never had to do it to check it out, so there's that.
How about MTA? How much does it cost?
This is my bread and butter. First of all, I failed to mention, and I'm surprised Caroline didn't come up and kick me, because I did not mention, in the fall, we have performance evaluations, which is similar to what Federation does. Every student can be involved. They get to play one or two pieces. They play for a judge. They get evaluations. If they get a superior or higher, they get to play an honors recital at the Eccles Theater at Dixie State. If they are one of the 10%, they get invited to the honors recital up at the national or state conference, which is really very cool. So we have performance opportunity in the fall, and then in the spring, we have AIM, which is Achievement in Music, which that covers quite a bit of territory, but so the students involved in sight reading, ear training, technique, and performance. So they perform 2 pieces. Theory, the theory is 5, okay, see, and it's a big deal. And as a teacher, preparing my students for AIM, my students know I'm not doing it this year because I'm leaving, but, and I didn't be a big thing right now, but it improves you as a teacher, but it prepares these students and gives them and this is what I see about RCM, it's a very direct, correlated, systematic program of music, and AIM does that. It's very correlated and improves structure. Yeah, it's very structured, and it's taught me a lot. It's been really great. One of the things that UMTA offers, I pulled this up, I know you can't see, it's not very big, but they have a great website. And if you go to Utah MTA, don't put UMTA, it's UtahMTA.org. You will find everything you could ever want, and if you can't find it, call me, because I've done something wrong on the website. So it has national competitions. We have very intense competitions. They're performance competitions that are feed into the national. Mark is a very, very excellent performer. And when he told me, when he was still up at Utah State, I would be ecstatic if I got honorable mention in the competition. And he did. But this competition is it's just unbelievable. And I've had to help with that with the judges, taking one of the judges to the airport. He said, don't take this wrong, but how is it possible that in the state of Utah, Utah, you have such incredible talent? And I just thought, it really says something about the state and that we care about the arts. And anyway, so MTNA we offer the state level through UMTA, that if you play well enough, you go to the Southwest Division, and then you go to national. And we've had several win national. And there's voice and winds and strings and ensemble besides piano. And so there's just so many. What? Oh, yes, and we have monthly chapter meetings. Thank you to that still small voice over here. And again, this is what I was saying earlier, going to these monthly meetings has helped me as a teacher, which helps my students. There's just, UMTA covers everything all year round. And then we have a yearly conference up at Thanksgiving Point, 2 days, that's full of all kinds of great stuff. But I would highly recommend you go to the website and find out. Membership is roughly $100 a year. So it's not cheap, but the investment is worth every penny. Did I cover everything? Okay.
I put that under either technique or theory on I put Utah MTA.
Oh,
I
okay.
think I did.
Okay. If you have any questions, call me, text me.
We can add that.
I think what I'm kind of getting out of that and listening is a lot of that, but those programs, and they're all a little bit different, but I think structure is the term that came to my mind too. All of those give structure, they give a little bit of credibility. Again, I have the advantage that I'm teaching at a college, and like being here, everybody thinks I'm a genius or something. not, you know, there's,
But you are.
But I think that's important to have, in the end, a support system, like a structure, a system that you're validated in. I assume if you're teaching us to play music and you're trained, and or you get, you know, level 8, it's like somebody else tells you, yes, you are good, you are at that level. Or if you have those evaluations, whatnot, you can just get a little bit of feedback, you know, you get to know other teachers, you hear a little bit about it. You can ask questions like, I have that problem with that student or with that studio. Anyway.
I have to say, I'm so excited about Federation because I feel the same way. I mean, what the UMTA offers, the whole point is to get our students performing so that they're comfortable with it. So when grandma comes, they don't say, oh my God, I don't play. No, they say, oh, I got 3 pieces. Can I play them for you? You know, they get excited about their music because they had this exposure, they had the opportunity. And if there's a teacher who, maybe they're a great teacher, but if they don't ever give their students these performance opportunities, I think they're missing the boat. But that's my humble opinion. So.
Well, and I can just attest to that because I took piano lessons from my mom until I was 18. I never performed in a recital. Never had that opportunity. I give my students, I do a recital in the fall. I do a Halloween recital where they get to come dress up as whatever they want to. Sometimes it matches the piece that they're playing. And so they come dressed up and they get to play. And it's just a time to be able to, another way to perform, but in a different venue. And so then they come and they get to play, and it's a very relaxed venue, and then it's a more professional venue in the spring. And so it is about having that opportunity to always be able to perform and have a reason to practice. I think more than anything else, they need a reason to practice and have something come out of all of those hours and hours of practicing. Something that they can look at and say, yes, I can do this. And that's the whole purpose.
I just want to give a shout out to Cedar City. It's an amazing arts town. It's the best place we've ever lived. So many artists come here. It's so amazing that we have the Cedar City Arts Council that gives out grants every couple times a year. And I feel like our kids have opportunities to see drama, music, all sorts of things to expose them young to all these really cool genres.
A lot of us are from St. George, and St. George is pretty good too. Hey, so you want to add
Well, just when you were talking about the arts, I get a lot of opportunities to have my students perform at the final Fridays that they have going on in Cedar. So it's nice because I'll just hook my piano up and have a little portable speaker, but for my keyboard. So it kind of gives them a nice opportunity to perform, especially because we just started and don't have a lot of students. We usually don't have enough for recitals, but we usually have 3 or 4 that still want to perform. So it's a fun opportunity for them, so.
Do students perform and they are going through the RCM levels?
Some of them will play classical music, some of them are not doing RCM, they'll play, but a lot of them, I specialize in RCM, so a lot of my students are doing that.
Running it as part of the program, are there performances like evaluations or?
Oh, so that kind of falls along with the exam. So like if you had a level 1 student, they do have songs to memorize that you're supposed to do. They also have your theory requirements, like with your C major 1 octave scale. So they do have kind of those, but they don't really do their own performance opportunities necessarily, especially because it's so small here. They did have more opportunities up in Canada, so.
Yes, but it's part of the system, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like
Yeah.
the federation, right, a lot of teachers do then decide to prepare for.
Exactly.
For, the actual evaluation.
Yeah, performance is huge.
Yeah, we always do recitals too, and different recitals. And I also teach music at Iron Springs Elementary as part of the Beverly Thornton and Taylor Arts Program, and we're gonna be doing some recorder recitals for the Cedar City Arts Council that they have given us a grant.
See, again, like we've said throughout the day, networking is a big part, I think, of what we do. And we kind of have to get ready for the master class over the Thorley Recital, but a really big part of me wanting to do this session is that we kind of get to know each other and please ask questions and send emails, and I think that's kind of the exciting part about having a conference. And having it in person again, that I can actually see who everybody is. So anyway, thank you so much for participating.
Okay.
You're on the spot again.
I know. It's so hard. Yeah. I'm going to Yes, yes. Oh my gosh, I get nervous to teach lessons. I'm like, sorry, I'm this person right here to teach lessons. So Sure, yeah, that's why I go to very much, because I'm like, I'm still being a mother while I'm teaching, so I'm still young. Oh, that was. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I just upped my prices too, like that is just barely, and so.
Yeah, well, you're giving your students a deal.
I am, but it's also, you know, it's, the TV is on, it's.
Okay,
it's a
yeah,
good thing.
and I'm more like, kids, I don't think it's come out.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm kind of like in our living room, so it's everywhere. When my kids get older, then I'll.
Yeah, how old is your youngest?
My youngest is 20, so. It's not up there, but.